Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming here today in the morning after the game night. I hope everybody enjoyed the game night last night. So it took us a while to set this up thing. Now it is all done. We can kick this thing off. Today we are here for the Fedora Mentorship Summit track. This is our first ever in-person Fedora Mentorship Summit. And we have been planning it for like last 6 months. Initially, we thought we will have it separately, but then because of the logistics reason and because we thought we will have a lovely audience like you here at Fedora, so we clubbed it together. Last year, we did it virtually. I would like to say thank you to all the organizers of Fedora Mentorship Summit I have been working with them for last 6 months, and because of them, it is possible that we are doing it here today. So it's Yona Aziz. You will see her, you can wave your hand, stand up, and you will hear from her a lot more stories about mentorship later today. We have Akashdeep, our second organizer. Then we have Sumantro Mukherjee here. Of course, this name everybody knows by now, Justin. Justin Flory. We have two other people also contributed and helped us in organizing this, who are not here because of the visa reasons or some other reasons. But I'll still quote their name because they truly helped us. Vipul, Siddharth, and Samira. With that, I'll move forward. So here, we would like to dedicate this track to Marina. She is not among us here, but we are here to celebrate her life and legacy. I can go on and on through the list of contributions and the difference she has made so far. She was a community engagement lead at Red Hat. She was the board member at GNOME Foundation. God, it is making me so emotional right now. She also was one of the founders of EDA Initiative. She co-organized the FORCE outreach program. We used her experience with outreach to to get the contribution and support many underrepresented groups. I will not hesitate to say that if I'm standing here today, even after being at Red Hat for last 12 years, there is a huge hand and support from Marina. There are many stories I can tell about her, but we are here to celebrate her life and to take her legacy forward. I would like to invite Justin here to quote a story about Marina, and then we will kickstart this track with the help of Yona. Thank you, everyone.
I just wanted to share some, context about Marina and the impact that she's had both in the open source space and also here in the Fedora community. Just last month, I came wearing my outreachy shirt from the 1000 intern celebration that took place in multiple locations all over the world last month. In Nigeria, in India, in Portland, in Fosse, and a handful of other locations as well. And that was a huge milestone because Marina was also she was one of the original founders of what was originally the GNOME Outreach OPW, Outreach Project for Women, which then later became Outreachy. And she was a huge driving force for making that program grow and scale to reaching that 1,000 intern milestone last year. In the Fedora community as well, 8 years ago, the Fedora Council added a diversity advisor seat to the Fedora Council. And Marina was also an advisory voice to the Fedora leadership at that time to help us make more space for these kind of conversations in the community. And in 2016, we had our first, we do hack fests, or pre-COVID, we did a lot of hack fests in the community where we get small teams together for a week and get people to do team building and work on a specific project or task. And 7 years ago, Marina was also one of the big driving forces for us building what was then the diversity team and has now evolved to the DEI team in Fedora. So I just wanted to acknowledge both her presence and the legacy that she leaves behind, both for Outreachy and her impact on that program and all the interns that have come through that, through Outreachy, but also in Fedora Project, in our own community, where she helped be a driving force for making these spaces in our community and supporting the team to empower them to build a team around that diversity advisor role that was added in 2018. That was just a seat on the council, but we didn't know at the time that it's like, oh, this is actually really hard work, and we need a group of people to help support that person there. So we just wanted to make that space for Marina because she passed away last year from breast cancer. This is a still very fresh loss in the community, and we just wanted to make that acknowledgement and space for Marina and her life and the impact that she's had both in Fedora and the wider open source space. So I'm really sad that still sad that we're missing her. I think this is the kind of event that she would have loved to be at, but I think the best thing we can do is, honor her memory and her impact in the community and keep doing all the things that we're doing, because I think that's what, in the DEI space for Fedora, because I think that's what she would have wanted us to continue doing. So I'll pass it back over to our MCs, but just wanted to share that impact that she's had, both broadly and in the Fedora community as well.
So let's share a bit how we started with the idea of having Fedora Mentor Summit, why it was important for us. So a mentor is someone with experience and knowledge in some area that can help someone else learn and grow. So how this works in Fedora until now? We have the Fedora Ambassadors project where they have their mentors. So Fedora mentors help new people to be ambassadors in the project, to be the face of Fedora in different events or their local communities. Another way, we have the Fedora Mentor project, which consists in helping with, let's say, official internships or projects like GSOC, Google Summer of Code, Outreachy, Google Summer of Docs, and so on. And another one is the Fedora JoinSig, which the mentors there are helping new people with onboarding to start their first steps in the project. But we also have What Can I Do for Fedora, which is more like something that you can do yourself, that you can check on the website based on the skill set, which team you would like to join, to check more about the team page and so on. But this way it's a bit more difficult because usually when you are just joining a community, you need a bit more guidance, how to move forward, what are the teams, how you can join them, are they doing meetings, what tools they're using, and so on. So you need a bit more, let's say, persistence to move forward and to do that first step to become a contributor in the project, and then to become later a long-term contributor, and so on. But of course, the mentorship itself is important because, we need the continuation. We need to have more new people joining the project so we can pass the knowledge, the expertise. So in this way, we can also avoid having bottleneck or having burnout in the teams, which we have seen like in different teams, for example, happening. So in this way, we could avoid these small problems. And since it's, quite important for the project itself, we wanted to focus more on this mentorship part. So in this way, we could share the experience that we have with each other to make it as let's say, a better experience. So we are already doing stuff, as we can see. It's not that this project started now. It's been quite a while in the community itself. But we just wanted, to improve this experience more and to build on that since it's a very fundamental part of the Fedora culture. So here I put it, I was checking some, let's say, stories that I could find from the community, how mentorship was important for them. In 2018, we had the Fedora Appreciation Week, and one of the ways how people could say thank you to the contributors in the community was to write a contributor story. And there you can find like a lot of stories how having someone in the community really impacted their experience in the project, how helpful it was for them having someone that could guide them around, could tell them how the teams are working, how they can get more involved. It really made like a difference for them in their journey in Fedora, which also makes me realize that maybe we should repeat that again, actually. So 4 years ago, after the Council Hackfest that we had, I was chatting with Bex and Matthew about it. So we were like, okay, let's organize the Fedora Mentor Summit. It took us a while to do it, actually. So 1 year ago, we did the first edition of the Fedora Mentor Summit, which was online and virtually. And some of the numbers that I can share from last year. So we had 93 attendees that joined us, and the attendee score was 8.7. So that's the rate that we got from the participants, how much they liked and enjoyed the event itself. The top countries that joined us were India, US, Brazil, Germany, and others. And so, because in the beginning, we were not very sure what should be the event type, the style, how we should do it. So we did it more like kind of unconference style. We did have some sessions with presentations about mentoring, how much it helps, and so on. But we also have different panel discussions. So we had like different Fedora mentors that were sharing their experience. We had also a panel discussion with Fedora mentees. And another one that I really liked, we invited different open source projects like OpenSUSE, LibreOffice, and GNOME to share how mentorship was working in their communities, what were some difficulties that they were facing, and some things that were working well for them. So we could, share the experience with them and see how we could help each other. Which I hope that, because this year it was a bit tough to do something similar, but maybe in the next edition to invite, more also other projects that could join the Fedora Mentor Summit. So when we were thinking about putting the goal for us for this year, Fedora Mentor Summit, we decided that the best would be to foster the culture of mentorship and support the Fedora Project Council strategy around establishing a community where everyone has a mentor in Fedora and everyone in Fedora is a mentor. So basically, let's make mentorship a fundamental part of Fedora's culture. So what we will have in the agenda today, after this session, we will have a panel discussion about mentoring and mentorship best practices in Fedora. Then after the break, we will have some DEI workshops and different activities. It will be not live streamed because it will be more like hands-on. We will be in different groups. So it could help us to know each other better. And then after the lunch break, we will have the talk from Emmy, why you should join a community. And the last one will be the story stage game. So when we were organizing this event, we organized it with the idea of improving conversation and to heavily depend on participation. So please join in conversation, ask questions, discuss your ideas, and basically let's take something out of it. And please don't forget to abide by our code of conduct. And that's all from my side. In the end, we will also ask for some feedback and suggestion how we can improve it and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin and Yona. With that, I would like to invite, because the next one is, I'll keep the slide on the agenda one. Just give me 1 second. I would like to start with the panel discussion, and I would like to invite here very experienced some of the mentors and mentees from Fedora on stage, please. I would like to invite Adam Williamson, Kevin Frenzy, Mo Duffy, Jess, and Sumantro. So there are two ways to do it. Either I introduce all of them, or they can introduce themselves. So I will give that opportunity, which reminds me, I did not introduce myself, and that is what happened after game night and the goof up with the slides. So I am Amita Sharma, and I'm from Pune, India. It has been 12 years in Red Hat, and for my day job, I am a manager who manages a very diverse team at Red Hat for Rhodes project, which is data science, QE. And out of my interest, I contribute to Fedora DEI team and also for the Mentorship Summit now. With that, I would like to pass it on to Adam.
Hi, I'm Adam Williamson. I am the Fedora QA team lead at Red Hat. I've been at Red Hat for 14 years, been involved in the open source community for over 20, I guess. So yeah, I work on Fedora QA most of the time, and I don't have as much mentoring experience as some of the other people on this panel, but I will try and ask useful questions. So yeah, Kevin?
Hi, I'm Kevin Finzi. I do Fedora infrastructure and release engineering, and I've been involved in open source for a really, really long time. I'm really old, but don't hold it against me. And I will echo the sentiments there. I think there's a lot of experience on this panel, which hopefully we can learn some things from. But the open source community is just always, and Fedora specifically, has always been very open and mentor-driven and learning-driven and open, and I hope we can learn a lot. So, Mo.
Hi, I'm Mo. I'm a UX designer at Red Hat. I first started using Fedora with FC3. Started at Red Hat in May 2004 as an intern. I drove and I said, hey, I'll work for free for the summer. So just so you see my level of sanity. I have mentored many people over the course of my tenure in the Fedora community, and one of them is sitting right next to me, so I'm going to hand it over to her, Jess.
So hi, I'm Jess. I was interning in Red Hat for a year and a half as a Fedora designer, and I'm now back volunteering on the Fedora design team. But yeah, my mentor was Mo, and still is a great mentor. And yeah, so I suppose I can say my piece about how the mentorship went and stuff. So yeah, I'll hand it over to Sumantro.
Hi, I'm Sumantro. I work for the Fedora QA team. Adam is my mentor. He started mentoring me for QA for a long time. I joined Red Hat in 2016. Before that, I used to volunteer for Mozilla and Wikipedia. So my open source days goes back pre-Firefox OS days. And then once I joined Fedora, I was completely working for the QA team, made my way into Council and Mindshare, and worked with community thereafter. So that's mostly about me.
So I would just like to say that we have very brilliant and experienced Fedora contributors here. Our goal here is that everybody can be mentor, and you see that some of them are mentors here, the experienced mentees here. We will be with them for next 1 hour, and I don't want it to be just us on stage talking. It should be an interactive session. So if anybody would like to contribute as well, you can raise your hand and talk and ask questions and contribute, okay? So the first topic which I would like to, it's very obvious and maybe sound cliche though, but why do you think the mentorship is important in any of the open source community, not just Fedora?
I can take it. This is just one specific example, maybe not the most important or the only. But I recently had a conversation with somebody who I really look up to, Dan Walsh, if anybody knows him. And he's actually getting close to retirement. So for him, the mentorship that he gives to the people at Red Hat and in the community is important because he would like to stop at some point. And so I think that sort of if you think of succession, and it's not just, we're not all close to retirement, but being able to go on vacation, being able to step away when you need to. I think it's important, but you can't do that if you don't lift others up around you so that they have an opportunity to step in.
I would also like to know mentee's point of view. One of the mentees, if you would like to contribute to that. Why do you think it is important?
Well, I suppose when I started off in Red Hat last year, like contributing to Fedora, it was my first time knowing anything about open source, so I feel like having a mentor is very important to kind of find your footing on, like, what is this about? Like, yeah, and yeah, I suppose just, yeah, I said my piece.
So do you think that, this is the relative continuous question to that discussion, do you think without an official mentor, it would be easier for you to onboard? Because in open source communities, we all are helpful, we all are there, but holding somebody accountable for the full-time mentorship, has that made any difference, any sort of difference?
So I can kind of address this. In the infrastructure project, we kind of, and I think a lot of open source projects, we kind of treat mentoring or basically as like the group is mentoring every person that's coming in so that they know it's safe to ask questions and so forth. But that said, having a specific person that you can ask questions of and know that person will answer you or that person will set aside time for you is actually really important. So I think both sides of it are important. You have to have the community. If you ask a question, it's safe to ask a question, that somebody, whoever is available, will answer you. That's great, and it's also important to have somebody you can talk to privately and say, I don't know what's going on here, can you help me out?
Sure. Anybody from the audience would like to contribute to this? Do you think mentorship is important, a dedicated mentor in the community when you join that community?
I think in the back is first.
Want me to go first? Okay. So I have run mentoring programs in OpenStack and other communities. And one of the reasons why it's important to have known mentors, even if they're not totally active, but at least a list, is when someone comes and they have a specific question and helps those who are running the programs know who to put them in touch with. Because one of the worst things is I contacted so-and-so and I never heard back.
Yeah.
And you lose them because you lost that connection. So that's a really important part of having known mentors. We have over the years tried one-on-one mentoring, kind of switched to the Kubernetes model of the cohorts, because that's easier on the mentors. We found out we couldn't get the mentees to even introduce themselves. So finding out what works best as methodology for your community is also important, and that also helps you know how many mentors you need to have where you need to have them.
One of the reasons why I think that mentorship is like, important, well, I have had this personal experience where I used to have this perspective from a very experienced point, and then I stopped thinking from the perspective of someone who is really new to a certain technological stack, and I'm like, how would I explain it to them in a way it's really accessible? And mentoring someone allowed me to do just that. It also got me down to the basics so that I'm not able to work on the things that I work on, but probably go back to the basics and explore more things, because, well, it's both rewarding to the mentees that you're mentoring as well as to yourself, because you're also learning something new with that.
Very good point. Thank you so much. Yeah, please go ahead.
As somebody newer to the community, I've been appreciative of somebody who I would consider my mentor, who's Justin back there, as I have come in very unsure how to do things or how open source works. I've spent most of my career in corporate, and coming into open source, it's a different ethos, right? And you look into kind of the everything of Fedora, and it's intimidating, and you don't know who to ask, and you don't know like how are these processes, and there's information overload, and how do you do something, right? And so I've been appreciative of having somebody who's been able to open a door to then help me talk to others and be able to communicate. And I feel like I've been successful because of having a relationship to be able to talk to somebody, right? Somebody I can communicate with. So as somebody who's a mentee, maybe not officially, but more in that sense, I've been appreciative of that kind of ethos that exists here for it.
Well, those were all great inputs. I would just add one thing in there. As you said, it doesn't have to be formal always, because sometimes, okay, the newcomer comes in, they need a allocated full-time mentor. But sometimes we also, because of the personal life and everything, we take a break from the community. And even few days of a break, you come back, everything which used to be in the community, from IRC to Picure to whatnot, all of that has been changed, and you are overwhelmed with those changes. And then you need somebody to bring you back and on board to all of these new things. So with that, we will move on to the second topic, which is effective mentorship strategies. We know that we provide some tools here that, okay, you need to have goals, you need to have a time frame, you need to have an agenda where after 6 months or 3 months time, where the mentee look or stand after having this mentorship and all of that. What else as organizers or as mentors we can do more in our community to make this process more smoother and strategic and fruitful? What are your thoughts?
I can start with that. So one of those things is we as mentors need to realize that every mentee among us actually has a different learning curve, and it goes with the saying that if we try to fit everybody on the same model, that might not work for all the mentees. It has actually worked pretty well for about 75% of my mentees, but the rest 25% are still those people I would want to have extra attention in order to retain them mostly. Because onboarding a mentee is one of the accountability that we have as mentors, but we also have to ensure they kind of keep they keep being motivated the entire time while they are in the journey. So it should not feel to them as if like the mentor is forcing them to do things. They should feel motivated, and that's one of the reasons why mentorship strategy is very important. It becomes very handy. So that's something that I keep in mind. I want to always have a perspective, or I ask my mentees, do you feel what you're doing is right? Do you feel this is, do you feel comfortable with things? Do you want to change the way we do things? So that constant feedback loop helps me understand their perspectives and how they are coming from.
So I'd like to add, when I look at mentorships, I basically see them falling into two buckets, which I think we've already kind of brought up. there's the kind of formalized kind. I view outreachy as one of those, and I have the privilege of working at Red Hat, so also Red Hat's formal intern program is a way. And for me as a mentor, the formal programs are helpful in that they have a very defined time scope. They have typically, if not always, typically a pretty well-defined project. Sometimes that gets thrown to the wind and then you have to come up with something, and that's fine too. And the outreachy program has so many amazing regular weekly learnings that apply to all interns, just about basic career and stuff like the things you can do. And because it's managed, I don't have to do that, it's managed for the group of interns, and they can ask questions as a group together, and they're all having that same experience. I think that makes it a better experience for them than me trying to do that one-on-one. And the other thing about that outreachy in particular is there is a paycheck. Because the other type of mentorships that I would want to mention is just those informal, out-of-band, sometimes didn't quite plan it, but it worked really well and people gel together. And those are pretty magical, but they also don't have those limits. And on both sides, like if the mentee is not getting paid, then they're, depending on their life circumstances and whatnot, they might not be coming in as regularly, spending as many hours. So those internships tend to be more of like a slow burn, whereas the more formalized ones are very intense for a shorter period of time. And I think that, I have two things and I'll shut up. The first thing is I wonder if there is a middle ground that we could look at, some sort of not quite so intense and maybe not quite so slow and drawn out, something in the middle. Maybe that could be a good, but I've never seen that, so maybe it wouldn't work. The other thing that I think that we could do is think about, with the less formal ones, is there just some little bit of structure? Like, I don't like signing up for things because I'm usually too busy to do a good job at it. But if there was some sort of, just a little bit more structure, like maybe a little bit of self-service type things, and then on the mentor side, I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, some thoughts. I see Adam's.
I really like that idea because I was going to say something along those same lines. All of the mentoring I've been involved with has been very much of the informal type, I would say. Is that fair to say, Samantha? Because I'm honored that you consider me your mentor, but we never sat down and set up a program. And I can say Kevin has definitely mentored me in a lot of things, but again, we never. And as Mo said, part of the reason for that is it's on me, because whenever these things come up, I feel kind of intimidated by the structure and the scale and the, okay, if I sign up for this, is it going to eat my life for 6 months aspect of it? But at the same time, doing the unstructured thing, it feels a little like you're feeling your way through a fog at times. So I think that's a really good idea, and I don't have any better ideas for how it could work, but I like the way you're thinking.
To that, do you think there can be some structure in place to balance that out, where some of them can be best practices and some of them are the important ones to be followed, to strike that balance?
Yeah, possibly. I like the idea of this as well, but I think one other dimension to this is that there's technical mentorships and more of a like social career mentorship. And those are very different buckets that I've had. I've had mentees that, they're just wanting to learn how to do things and function in the community and get things done and so forth. They're contributing. But also people who are like on a more personal level, how do I advance my career? Or how, I'm having trouble with this manager or things like that. And so there's so much of this that's tailored to the particular relationship between the mentor and mentee. But I agree that it would be nice for the open source community to have a little bit more formality around it. And maybe that's something like the Join SIG could be involved in. Like, the Join SIG could check in with somebody a certain amount of time after they're doing some kind of informal mentorship. But, that's making it more formal. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Those were really great inputs. Anybody from the audience?
Amita just has something.
Yeah. Okay, just please go ahead.
Oh,
and then we-
no, no, I was just going to say that I suppose my experience going through like a formal organization, like I know myself and Mo, when during the summer, we created like a 12-week plan, and it was like formal, but like a relaxed formal. So like, say for example, if I wasn't feeling something, I put it like to the next week. But I suppose like we had that structure, but also I come to Mo about something, be like, hey, I don't know how to do this with this thing I have on this week. Can you help me? And she'd give me resources, like. But yeah, like I really like the structure because I suppose myself, I'm not a very organized person. So it was nice to have someone give me like be organized. So I suppose that's, yeah, so.
Thank you.
All right, just based on what the comments were previous to this, and this is my first flock, but it almost sounds like we could take a half an hour, and do speed mentoring, which is basically we set up a couple technical tables, career tables, community tables. And generally, if you have enough numbers of both, then like after like 5-10 minutes, think of it as speed dating. The mentor moves to the next table of mentees. But if you have more mentors, then you have multiple mentors at the table and no one changes. But it's a great way of getting some really quick mentoring from a lot of people. Generally, it's done at like KubeCon, Open Infra Summit, the bigger conferences. But even so, you're bringing people from all over the world here who have different experiences. And it could be easily done.
Thank you so much. Those were really, really helpful thoughts, I think.
So one of the things that I do, as well as one of our teammates, Aurelian, does is he holds a stream every Friday on Twitch, hacking away with some stuff in Fedora infrastructure. It's really one-sided in nature, but people can tune right in, get to know what he's doing, and he explains things in a very lucid manner, and people get to enjoy it. I've started doing that as well because hacking away on stuff by yourself is boring, and for Fedora badges, I have started getting James and a bunch of other folks on call, and that way I get to get opinions on it, right? And that way it's not just me mentoring people, but I get to know about them, so it's kind of cross-mentoring, if you will. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh no.
So I have one question. When you say something slightly more formal, slightly more structured than this side and less than that side, are you thinking specific to Fedora or more generally? Because it feels to me that the thing you've sparked in my head, I may be talking nonsense here because it literally just fired off in my brain in the last 2 minutes. There's a lot of people who go out and learn programming on the internet and just go and look at YouTube things and so on, so that's one thing. And then there's a lot of transferable stuff within open source about how you contribute to a community, how you navigate things, how you get things done. And it feels like there ought to be something we can build around a set of reusable content that is itself open, that we can use as a structure for something in that middle ground.
I would agree. Yeah, I think generally especially the stuff that is not, like Kevin was saying, there's very much a technical component and the more social career component. And I think in open source generally, a lot of the social career component stuff is not specific to the project. It might be in that it could be, this specific person in the community is a person to talk to, like the referral of specifics, but other than that, it's general content. So, and the thing is here at Flock, with the Ansible folks and the Fedora folks, like I went to Don's talk and he had that, he showed the meetup kicks toolkit. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could use this for so many communities I'm a part of. And it's this kind of sharing, it's just happenstance, like, oh, I happened to go to Don's talk and saw this, otherwise I might not have known. So I think that is a brilliant idea, maybe different communities sharing their social career resources. Outreachy itself, I want to mention, does have those sorts of resources too that they send out to mentees, and they send out, they do regular calls where all the mentees can come in and ask questions, and they have a speaker and stuff like that. But we could do more, I think. It's a good idea.
Thank you so much. That's a lot to consume, I think, on this single topic. Yes, please.
Just real quick, just wanted to mention to take into account how somebody might arrive here. So Jess, Mo, myself, and probably many others arrived via more of an educational route and got a formal internship with Red Hat. But a lot of people arrive, like on our Thursday IRC meetings, we do a first thing of, if there's anybody new here, introduce yourself and welcome, and they might arrive by becoming interested in open source or their first Linux distribution or something like that. So that's maybe something else to take into account of, you arrive this way, I have a background in that, I might be able to assist you, or maybe not, I don't know.
That was my experience 12 years ago.
I have a question for the panel. So obviously the Fedora project is a project that's been around for a long time, and mentorship, as we can see, has been a part of that project for pretty much the entirety of its history in one way or another. Now, I feel like we could probably all agree that, you know, open source and people's involvement in it is always a changing landscape. And so I'm curious of your thoughts of how the needs for mentorship might have changed over, let's say, the last 5 to 10 years. And should we, you know, thinking about the changing landscape economically, or, you know, I work in a university, I can tell you, students now face very different situations than they did, you know, 10 years ago when I was an undergraduate myself. So, yeah, well, what's changed? How do you think that's impacted the needs for mentorship?
I can start off with that. So one thing that I see, this is from a very Indian perspective, because I come from India. So essentially, in Indian perspective, if I go back 5 years or even 7 years, what has actually happened is there used to be a set of people who to contribute to project in their free time, as you call it. Now, these guys who are like contributing from a university standpoint, they're mostly looking out for a job. So they want to be more oriented to a job level skill set. So if they want to contribute, let's say, I'm coming from a very technical perspective. So someone wants to contribute to kernel, they would probably start looking at kernel newbies program first. And then if they are comfortable a little bit with shell, they probably would test Fedora kernels and go on that route, right? So it has slightly become oriented towards how this can be career helpful. This is not now anymore a hobbyist kind of thing, at least in India. It might be different across, but that is one of those things that I have seen. Second, I have seen the approachability for mentees has actually drastically increased with the awareness in open source. It's directly proportional. Previously, there was not much people who were aware about contents inside open source and what people would be able to do with open source. But as Linux became more mainstream and kept being pushed, Kubernetes was like swept across the entire landscape for the last good 5 years. People started realizing the potential in open source. As a result, they wanted to be contributors. And the join seg, the channels that we used to have for people to come in and check in with us about new ways to get in, that actually changed. So the generation-wise, it started off with IRC, and today I actually have a Telegram chat or a Telegram group where a lot of people join in to just get updates. So what usually has happened is the format of communication has actually drastically changed, and that is also because IRC probably I cannot stay logged in forever just to see whoever has messaged and whatnot. But in Telegram, that's actually a sync, and that's easy to do. And it's on everybody's phone, so that's better way to communicate right now. So the communication channels changed, and definitely the job orientation made it easier and easier for people to actually hone these skill sets, bring it, make it their own and make it bigger, yeah.
I just want to kind of add on to what Samantha said, because I noticed that it was really interesting, because what happened on our team is I started out on the Fedora QA team as the QA community person, And my job became more technical over time, and Samantha essentially came in to sort of replace me as the community person. And it was so interesting that what I remember from my time as a community person was like IRC and mailing lists and so on. And then Samantha came in and he had this whole new generation attitude, and he was reaching out to the kids on all these fancy new communication methods that I was not on. And, you know, the classic quote, the medium is the message, and that changes how things work because the styles of communication are completely different on those platforms. So I think that's a really interesting change that's happened.
It shows how important it is to pass the torch to the next
I
one.
was kind of stuck in a rut.
I think the big change, and it might be a little outside the 5 to 10 year scope, but I think the big change is video chat, and the accessibility to video chat made a huge difference because you could connect with people on a more human level. This conference is the first time I've met Jess in 3D. But honestly, it was very natural meeting her, and I think I've had situations where I had a remote intern, but it was IRC mailing lists. Instead of meet them in person, was like, whoa, okay, I didn't know you looked like that. So like we couldn't find each other for like a couple days of a conference. But I think that is a big thing. And the fact that I can over time too, it's become very free. I think COVID really opened that up because a lot of companies were like, oh, this sucks for everybody, we'll make the account free or whatever. But the fact you can share screen, it's actually easier to show somebody how to do something over screen share than if they're literally over your shoulder, because they can look at it closer, whereas two heads bonking in front of a laptop is not great. So I think video chat has also changed how I approach mentorship. I'm a very shy person, so for me to initiate a video call is also, it's something that I've had to learn. Like, yes, it's okay, it's not weird. But I was one of those people who grew up afraid of the telephone too. So.
Yeah, I have I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment or whatever, but I'm confused now when you talk about mentorship. Some comments say mentorship like in Fedora infrastructure, and then they jump into Fedora newcomers, and I'm confused because it's very different to mentor someone that is already a Fedora user and wants to contribute to the project than to mentor a new guy that's it's first Linux experience. So I'm not sure if you're referring to both or just to onboarding, help on onboarding to contribute to the project.
Our aim here is, as we have mentioned in the goal, that everybody in Fedora is a mentor. So whether it is in the infra team, in JoinSig, or wherever they stand, in some or other way, they are mentoring other people. Somewhere it are more organized, more formal, and somewhere it is not. And that's why we are organizing this, so that we can take away all the inputs from different pockets of Fedora, and we can work on it, and we can make a more formalized and organized and a balanced mentorship experience for people.
I think the difference you're calling out is the difference between mentoring somebody to become a user and mentoring somebody to be a contributor. And my assumption, I could be wrong, so please correct me, was this is about contributor mentorship.
Mm-hmm. That is all, yeah.
No, now I'm not confused, thanks.
Okay, with that, I would like to shift the topic here to a very important subject. We all know how important it is to have the contributors in any open source community. And having mentors, onboarding programs, internship, it is the first step how the person will be welcomed in any of these open source community. This is their very first experiences, and that is how they feel that this community is. So what do you think, how we can strategize our diversity and inclusion policies within the mentorship so that everybody feel welcomed?
I always lean on the Outreachy program for that. So whatever their guidelines are, they usually make a ton of sense, and I just copy them shamelessly. That's also, by the way, when Jess mentioned the 12-week program, that was totally ripped from Outreachy.
So I can add something. For me, I have a slightly different definition to diversity and inclusion, at least from a mentoring standpoint. So QA mentees, they go above and beyond to do certain level of testing, right, for us. There's one thing that I always keep in mind as a mentor is, if they're coming from an academic background and as in their students, and they probably are somebody who is coming from a society where there is not much of internet access. Like they probably have 1 GB of data limit on their cellular networks. If I make them download a 2.9 gig image every now and then, that's not going to be sustainable. So when I say policy, when you talked about diversity policies, I think one of those things we should try to do is maybe use minimal amount of resources that a person has to prerequisite before they start contribution. So that way, we don't force people to have download GBs of data or have a machine which is, let's say, i7 plus something, right? In that way, we kind of lower down the way. Test days are very good in doing that, because test days are testing very, very specific features, and they kind of help out when you basically give it to a contributor. It's a bite-sized task. Hardly takes 2 hours to do it, and that way they contribute, but they don't have to expend a lot of resources on their end to start doing it. So so that's one key differential change in my definition of diversity in terms of technical contributions. Yeah,
that's a very nice practical input in that regard, I would say. Yes, please go ahead.
I would say it's probably collaborative with the DEI teams, and I think the DEI teams should be more vocal in some cases to supporting mentors, right, and making sure that they understand, that as Fedora as a community, they know the different DEI programs that exist within Fedora. There's multiple teams, there's the overarching DEI group, there's all the initiatives that we're doing, but I think it's kind of a collaboration that needs to occur, right? I think mentors who are taking on mentees, right, should be aware and reaching out to DEI, right, and joining kind of the DEI programs, at least just kind of as a casual, kind of casual observer almost, right? But also, as DEI, we need to do a better job of publicizing and saying, hey, these programs exist. They're there to support contributors. They're there to make people feel safe, right? And I think that's a big thing that we need to maybe improve upon a little bit, is making that a little bit more vocal. So.
Yeah, I think to add on to that, it's really important for mentors to know when they can't answer something or can't deal with something and talk to their mentors. It isn't just you and the mentee or the mentee and the mentor. It's, the community is around you too. So if somebody asks you a hard question or you don't know how to handle it or something like that, do reach out to your mentor or DEI or, the appropriate place. And I hope that most mentors know that they should do that.
I also think, and I'd actually be really curious, sorry to call you out, Amy, but I'd be really curious on what you know about the OpenStack and Kubernetes communities, because I recently submitted to a KubeCon side conference this week. They're due, I think, on Sunday. And what I was actually really impressed by, just submitting to the conference, the amount of references to the community's DEI policies, how they collected information about the speakers' self-provided background information, and how they take those policies seriously in considering talks.
Yeah, and I'm going to call Justin out on this. A lot of that is because they apply for the CHAOSS badging program. Kubernetes is very good. I mean, historically, they have been gold, 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 gold. Anytime we had an issue from the CHAOSS badging program and said, hey, we can't find this, we can't find that, they were the most awesome on getting it fixed. They also have the most funding. One of the reasons why Open Infra the first year got silver is because of liability and other things, we don't provide childcare. We can't. But yet the second time, this past year when we applied, we got gold because we explained what certain things, and we're better about having things on the website. So the easiest way to get a gold badging program is to have everything out there easy to find, and that's why you had that experience. The conferences themselves are run really well on their code of conducts. They're very good about having diversity tickets, diversity travel. They've got funding behind them, especially Linux Foundation.
I'm curious. I guess Mita's done a pretty good job of putting together a diverse panel here. So if, obviously only if people feel comfortable sharing, but do any of us have like experiences from a diversity perspective with mentoring or being a mentee, like positive or negative? Like, how was it? I mean, personally, I'm somewhere on the 2S LGBTQ, I'm forgetting all the letters, spectrum. But for me, it's never been a huge issue, so I don't really have a great perspective on it, but I'm curious if it has been in the experiences of everyone else on the panel.
I mean, I've been on both sides of that, and I think one of the challenges is that if you're not from the same identity markers, I don't know what's the right word to say, so I apologize, I was saying something terrible, but if you don't have the same identities as the person you are mentoring, or if as a mentee you don't have the same identities as the person who is your mentor, there's definitely a bit of a trust that has to be established, and depending on the timeline of the mentorship and how you've built that, where you are in your journey to building that trust, it can be difficult when situations arise to be able to handle them correctly or perfectly, and I feel like perfection is not human, so don't strive for perfection. But, well, maybe you should strive for it, but just don't beat yourself up if you don't meet it, yeah. But one of the things, so when you were saying how it would be interesting for the DEI communities, say within Fedora, to be a support to mentors, I think that's actually a brilliant idea, because for me, again, like I had an issue vaguely recently with a mentee, not Jess, where they were a member of a community I was not a member of, and I absolutely support that community, but I'm not a member, so I can't make calls about what is okay and what's not okay and stuff like that. And if I had like the DEI group affiliated with that identity that I could go to and just have an open, honest conversation where it's like there's no wrong or bad question to ask, like for the next half hour, what stays in this meeting stays in this meeting. Can I just ask you these questions so I can understand where the issue is? So then I can kind of, and maybe even sit with me as a member of that community and help me work out a strategy for how we can get past this road bump. I think that would have been helpful. I ended up just going up my management chain and asking for help and guidance, and it got through it. I wish it had been resolved better. This is a recent thing I was thinking through. The issues that I had were related to being female, and they happened a long time ago, and it was a very different community. Just generally, I would not recommend what happened to me, so I'm not going to say anything about that.
That's exactly, I wanted to say that this is a challenge that if the person is not from maybe same gender, same time zone, it is difficult to convey that. I remember that one of the feedback I got from one of the person from US, that when I visited US, they said that you are a completely different person and very energetic. I thought you always was very lazy to take meetings. I said, because it is totally opposite time zone, and I'm finishing my day, and you are all excited and starting your day with a cup of coffee. And I even remember that when Adam was there in QE, and I was just joining Fedora a few years back, a lot of years back, then it was very hard to connect with him, being in Canada and only one famous community guy in QE, and really very hard to connect with him. So I think it is very, very important from the diversity perspective, not just gender-wise or teams-wise, or it's time zone-wise, to have people all across the globe and all different kind of people. So it is very important. Yes, please.
Yeah, so this is something that, well, I also experienced the difference of cultures. So what you want to convey or what you want to say might not be what would be perceived, let's just say. So two things always help, first having empathy, putting yourself in somebody else's shoe and understand, would they really understand it how I want them to understand, or would it take it the other way around? Because, well, cultures differ, so what you want to say might not get there. It's all UDP, you know what I'm saying? The other thing is also being open to making mistakes, because, well, we're human beings. And like Kevin said, if you're a mentor, you're mentoring someone else, and there are situations that that you might not be correct, or you don't really know how to address that. So, well, you reach back to your mentors and ask them. Maybe they have an idea about how you can address that situation. And, well, I can say it for the fact that it did help me progressing through my mentorship challenges,
Yeah, I think so I do quite a bit of mentoring outside of Red Hat. I'm on a website where you can just volunteer your time as a mentor or mentee. And I think I learned the most by mentoring people that were not from my culture. And it's always I think we forgot for me a mentorship relationship is really bi-directional. Every time a mentee asks me oh, but why do you give your time for this? So when we have a conversation, I'm going to learn as much as you, because you're going to bring challenging problems, you're going to bring different point of view, different perspective. And I think that's where the diversity aspect is very, very important and very powerful. So that's where you have an impact on both people's life. If I mentor someone that is exactly like me, we're going to think the same way. We're not going to have this creativity or difference of background, culture, and opinion. So I think it's very important to have that diversity in the mentors, mentee, and time zones, religion, sex, all the. That's how you learn and you grow. I think that's the goal of the mentorship is to grow and to develop yourself and learn from others.
Yeah. So with this, we can maintain the continuity, and a similar thought is that
Can we have one more question, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll try to make this as succinct as possible. On the idea of trying to make people more welcome in the community, which I think is the general section that we're talking about here, my understanding of the structured programs like Outreachy, GSOC, things like that, they're great. They'll bring people in that may not have come into the community by themselves. Then there's, as you talked about, the informal mentorships that happen. And those would be people finding their way and finding mentorships, finding mentors within the community. I come from a slightly different background. I'm not currently very active at all in Fedora, but I mentor a few people, but I work in an office. So it's really easy for me to see where mentees are struggling because I see them every day. So my question is sort of around, do you think there are any gaps between the structured programs, and this is sort of going to where Mo was saying, some sort of a middle ground between the structured programs and then the informal mentoring relationships that happen. Do you think there could be any gaps? And sort of an idea around, and maybe this happens already, I'm not sure, because I know some of you up there are very high-profile people in the Fedora community, and I wonder if newer people might find it difficult to approach you because you're seen as so busy and doing so much stuff and involved in so many conversations. So coming from the office background where I can just walk up the corridor and interrupt people and see how they're doing and stuff, is there any concept of like office hours where there's like, I don't know, you can book 15 minutes, 30 minutes with Kevin or with Adam or with Mo in your calendar where you've blocked off time for people to approach you rather than hoping that they will?
I think to summarize this, I think it's more of a question of approachability if we have people not within the same premises, right?
I can take that, start with that. So Red Hat runs this awesome program called Red Hat Link Up. Essentially, they pair you up with somebody mostly from other part of the world, and you get to have a 1-hour conversation with them about anything, general life and stuff. Every time, so I'm a part of Link Up since last 1 year. I've met like brilliant people. Like I met Sim Zax. If you have worked in Kiwi, you know who that is. Essentially, every time I met people, and they were interested in contributing to test days, open source, something, I would basically be like, yeah, we can set up a cadence of calls where you can probably ask me questions, and if I cannot solve it, I would forward them to Adam or somebody who can answer it on the behalf. And it actually gives us that exact point you told me. It sets up that bridge between me and somebody that I don't know, I would probably never know, to still approach me and then keep a cadence call if they want to maintain it that way. So it has all that kind of program has always helped me do that. But that's one program. So I am part of that program since last 1 year, and I keep doing it twice every week. This time no, because of conferences, but yeah, usually twice a week I meet people and I help them out wherever they are. Usually people have problems with, my Fedora Wi-Fi is not working or something is not working. So it's fun to debug those as well, right? But then you get some experience and they get some learning, yeah.
I think I don't have an answer to it, but I think it's a fantastic question. And I think, yes, there may well be gaps. Because you do see a lot of people show up to a community and not necessarily continue. And that may well be the case that they needed a mentor, but they didn't get one. So I think it's absolutely a great question, and the answer may well be that we could do a lot more there. And I like the office hours idea, so I may actually do that. So thank you for that.
I suppose as well, like when I was starting off like my internship in Red Hat, like contributing to Fedora, I was still in college, so like I'd be working 6 to 10 my time, but for Mo it was 1 to 5, so it was working hours for Mo, so I felt like, I wasn't impeding on like your like, your off hours time, but I suppose now, or like before, especially in the summer, I'd be going into the office working 9 to 5 hours time. So I'd be texting Mo at like 12 o'clock when it's like 7 o'clock her time, hoping not to wake her up. But I feel like you're quite available when it comes to like asking people. So I feel comfortable messaging Mo at any time. So, but I think you need to limit your time. You need to take a break. So.
I've had that same issue, and I work with teams in other regions, and the thing that I keep telling myself is people can structure their notifications how they need, so I'm not going to worry about waking someone up. If they don't want to be woken up, they can turn off their thing. But the thing that I wanted to say is I think office hours are brilliant. For me and Jas, one of our weekly sync-ups is basically the Fedora design team meeting. We also have weekly CDT, which is community design team. So that's because we started out as a Fedora design team, but then we were working with other communities that were not necessarily Fedora, like Podman would be a main one. Although, yes, they're very much integrated in Fedora. But, you know, so it's like, well, it's the Fedora design team. People don't know they can approach us, so we'll come up with a more neutral name so that other communities we're affiliated with know they can approach us. But, yeah, I think having a regular meeting cadence is really good. And then people, if somebody says, oh, I have a friend who would love to work on design stuff, Mo, how can they meet up? I'll just say, oh, come to the regular Fedora design team meetings. Now, they're at a specific time. If you can't make that time, what we do is we do a live stream, and then the recording is auto-uploaded. So people could at least watch the recording and get a feel for, is this the group for me or not? And then if they want, we always offer, you could always book a meeting with us, you know, a one-on-one in a time that works for you. So, but your point is very good. And I think for me, I tend to like the structured programs because they force me to check in. Because I'm not like a super social person, so I don't always think. Like, I'm used to people like pinging me, and I'm not normally the person to arrange the parties or call someone. I'm usually the person answering the phone or going to the party. So having something like Outreachy has the structured weekly check-ins. And those, just having the fact that the structure exists and I have to do it makes me do it. So that's why I think some kind of structure like that, some sort of thing where even if it's an informal mentorship, but you know, the timelines I think of an informal mentorship are longer, so maybe not a weekly check-in, maybe a monthly roundup, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so totally agree. But one thing I want to point out is like in infrastructure, Monday through Thursday, we do a stand-up twice a day, every day. And we just go over stuff, and then we have like a period where we say, anybody have any questions? You know, ask whatever you want, that's fine. But how many people know about that? We're very bad about, you know, directing the people who might need those resources to that kind of stuff. And every once in a while, I keep thinking that maybe we need a Fedora directory assistance or something. You know, somebody to... Yeah, exactly. Where do I go for this? Oh, you go talk to that team over there. And yeah, but definitely we could do more in that gap to answer your question.
I just want to cross the streams and say in discourse, if anybody was in that, maybe, because I don't know. The discourse experts have told me there's events integration. So I'm just wondering if we could have these open calls where people can ask questions listed as events in discourse, and we can make that the central hub.
Sounds good. No, I was just saying, I think you had something to say.
Do you have something regarding this topic, or do you want to ask another question? Okay, cool. Yeah, good.
So the only thing I wanted to add was that I love office hours as well, and we try and do some of them in Ansible. AWX is doing office hours, but I do feel that it still puts the onus on the person coming, right? So Mo made the point that you're not the one who's going to start the call, right? But does that mean if you were a mentee in another community, would you feel comfortable jumping into an office hours any more than you would, say, asking for help on GitHub or wherever, right? It's still the same problem. How do we get people to come? Isn't solved by office hours. It's another medium, it's good, we should do it, yes. But we still have to figure out how to get people, if as Adam said, people drift away because they didn't get the help they need, would they have had the initiative to come to the open office hours as well? I don't know that it solves that problem. I don't have a good answer to that, right? Getting people to come to things is always the problem.
So one of the things that I've done personally when I've been reaching out to Kevin, who lives a world apart from me, time zones can be a pain. So we use asynchronous mediums of communication, right? So a bunch of times you can't make it to office hours because, well, time zones. You can drop a ping instead, and you can trust them that they have their notifications off, because guess what? The time that you might be pinging them is probably they're asleep at that time, right? But you can be pretty sure that they're not nice enough that they're going to respond to you back when they will be awake, and that's a good start, I guess.
I have the problem you're talking about. I was just trying to help a friend that I work with just to put a patch in a package. And he's an old guy. Well, we're in our 40s, so we're old guys in computer years. And he was overwhelmed by all he called it, I'm quoting, all the bureaucracy around being a packager. And I was trying to mentor him and give him some guidance, pasting stuff, but I didn't do the office hours thing. So I'm gonna do that. When I go back to Mexico, I'm just gonna, let's sit and, well, it's remote. Let's make a call and let's go through the process. And this was very good advice. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to add to that, to set the expectations right in advance before jumping directly to that video call or office hour. Maybe to kick off with, you can start with informal one, but going forward, when you are devoting your time, the other person is devoting their time, set the expectations and agenda in advance so that you are prepared and the other guy is also well prepared. With that, I would like to take the next question. We'll come to you as well, because I have some set of questions which I really would like to be in within the time. So we have seen, and this is the question came in yesterday as well on one of the social media channel, that some of the Fedora groups are doing really well in mentorship, and some of them are not yet there. So how do you think the learnings and motivation, the force, the support, how we can give that to those groups which are not there yet? I know that the design team, QE team, all of you are doing fantastic to support our new contributors and bringing them in the community. How we can, build that culture across other Fedora SIGs and teams and groups?
I think each team needs a flywheel. It's sort of quote Ben Cotton. And I think where I see teams within Fedora struggle is they don't have like an identified flywheel. So it could be either there really is nobody with the time or motivation to do it, or it could be nobody feels they have permission. That's one of the things that I think is the early mentee thing that you have to get over. It's like you don't have to ask permission. We have a saying at Red Hat, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And some people are afraid, like, should I do this thing? Yes, if you want to do it, please do it. But I think that is the one thing that, like, it's not going to happen. I can give people all the advice in the world, but if they don't feel empowered to actually do it, or if there isn't anybody who has the time or commitment to be able to be that team's flywheel, it's just not going to happen. Like, you need the people. But if you do have the people, I think, again, and I've said this before, looking at how Outreachy does it is a really good way. Like, everything that they do is just such top-notch, from just the inclusive language that they use in all their documentation to how they have it laid out to all of the things that they recommend. So I think for any team within Fedora or any team within any open source project, definitely look to them. And from some of the stuff Amy's saying, I think I want to look at the Kubernetes community too and kind of steal from them.
What's a flywheel?
I think you could do it better, but that was something that Ben Cotton, our former program manager, sadly laid off, which we're all still salty about, used to say, you need a person on a team who will be there, who can be relied upon to be there and make things happen. And you don't want people to sort of fall into a gap where they want to help out and no one is there to help them. And that person generally needs to be paid by somebody, so it's their responsibility to do this thing. So I mean, for our team, Samantro is the flywheel. You can rely on him to be there. If community stuff is happening, he is going to be there organizing it, and people can reach out to him. So that's the idea of the flywheel.
And that's why I like to say that Outreachy as a program is really good, because they pay the interns, because you can't expect somebody to work that intensively and not have a paycheck.
I see that you keep mentioning this. I really want to know that what is the best way, because it takes a different kind of effort and determination to go and read each and every Outreachy mentorship page. But how best we can get that lesson learned and bring it to our community and implement it?
Maybe the Mentor Summit? I would envision maybe a training, like it could be a talk here, and it doesn't have to be very long, like a half-hour thing of these are best practices learned from Outreachy.
Okay.
And it could go through and say, the 12-week plan I think is a great one, because 12 is a wonderful number. You can do 3 weeks for 4 projects, like 3 weeks each, or you could do 3 projects, 4 weeks each, or you could do 6 and 2, either way. It's just a nice number, and depending on how complex the technical project is you're looking at, or just, you know, what skill set the intern would like to learn. Like if they just want to learn one thing, maybe you do 6 by 2. If they want to learn 4 different things, you do a 4 by 3 breakdown of the schedule. And the fact that you're doing these weekly these weekly check-ins, and you're going through the schedule and making sure, like updating it to match the work that was actually completed. Because, you know, the thing about Outreachy too, when I've done many Outreachy internship mentorships, it's intimidating you have to come up with a schedule as part of the application process. But then it never works out the way you planned it. And there's no shame in that. It's good. If you did it exactly the way that you put it out when you sent in your application, you're doing something wrong. Because you learn in week 1, oh, I can't do that thing in week 4. So that continual checking in on the plan. And honestly, I think that's something Fedora could do generally is we have this strategy. Let's check in and see how we're doing on a regular cadence. So, I mean, that's one specific thing, is that 12-week plan thing. I think is brilliant. There's other things too, like they have topics every week that they talk about. Like one I remember I attended with an intern was the resume building one and how to talk to recruiters, that kind of stuff. It's jobs focused, but having like a list of these general topics that maybe, you know, if we have a community within Fedora, like it could be the Join SIG, I don't know, some community that would maybe have these sort of trainings too. And I think the other thing is that we do talk about this stuff a lot, and everything is video chat recorded since COVID. We have this rich library material on our YouTube channel, and like I remember specific talks I saw that I found informative, but like Jess might not know that talk that Marie gave about, you know, making badges exists, but I do. So could we have some sort of library? And again, I will cross the streams and say maybe Discourse could have a video library thing to point to the videos, so we could build a training center that kind of goes through these general topics, so then people have something to reference. But you always want to keep the material fresh.
Right.
So, and I don't know the cadence of Fedora Mentor Summit, but it could be something that we're reevaluating every summit, and then we're posting those fresh videos and making sure they're listed.
I really like these ideas, and it's like logistic and providing the right material, maintaining the repository and all of that. But the real challenge, which I also observe and seen across the board, is that the same faces, the same teams coming and stepping into the mentorship and being the mentor. The main thing is here, how, like we talked about, how important it is to have that diverse pool of people mentoring each other. How can we motivate and encourage more people to be mentored?
So one of those things we used to do back in the day is called Triple T, Train the Trainer. Essentially a series of a 2-day program where a trainer would basically take up multiple other trainers and be like, here's how I mentored my people, and I found these few things that did not work for me. Do you have a suggestion of how I can curate them? And that has been actually a very nice way of correcting flaws in the mentorship program. So you don't have to entirely change your strategy towards mentorship. You just have to fix the small problems, and they can come from experience of other mentors, right? So that's one thing that we have actually nailed down as a part of the mentorship summit. We tried to ensure that there are more mentors, and they kind of give feedback to other mentors saying, hey, we have been trying to do this is failing. We don't think this is working at 100%. Can we have some suggestions around certain topics? Yeah.
I just want to call back on this to maybe some earlier points, like Mo's idea of some kind of middle ground. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but your idea of contributors who are getting lost. Sorry? Jared?
Jared, right?
Jared. Sorry, yeah, Jared. Your idea about contributors getting lost, because I think if we had some kind of very light Fedora how to be a mentor program, that would really help with this a lot, because, you know, as a QA team, we don't have our own mentorship program exactly. If we had something project-wide where people coming in, we could say, oh, we've got new people coming in. Does anyone want to be a mentor? It's not this intensive 6-month program. It's just go and read these 3 docs pages about this is how you do our very in middle ground form of mentoring. It's not scary. Now you can go and help out the new people. I feel like that might really help with, you know, a few different things here.
I mean, I think your point too about, oh, well, there's only certain teams and they keep showing up and the other teams don't show up. I think the thing to keep in mind is we are very upstream focused. And I think, for example, like, and I don't mean to call teams out, but you might not necessarily see like the Fedora kernel team in these programs, but that's because there's programs like Sumantra mentioned, the kernel newbies program. So in some cases, I think teams rely on their upstream. And I think where you see like Fedora design team showing up a lot, it's because we're our own upstream. Like nobody's really upstream of us. So obviously we need to do the mentorship. And I think it's okay, like I think it's okay, but I think what we do need to do is identify where if you want to get involved in a specific Fedora team, but the mentorship program is upstream, we need to say, hey, you're interested in working on the Fedora kernel, look at the kernel newbies program. Or if you're interested in working on the desktop and Fedora workstation, look at GNOME's mentorship programs. So it's one of those things where maybe we need to have the references upstream that we don't have.
That's a really good point. Please go ahead. Oh, yeah, please, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. All right, so it's a bit of a meandering question, but I think I can condense it. But I want to say a couple things first. All right, first thing is research has shown that labor unrelated to the actual production of software is pretty much universally devalued in open source, regardless of people's intentions. People feel bad about doing this sort of work. So this is one thing that we know for sure, right? The second thing is that, you know, generally with mentorship in open source, because everything's on a goodwill basis, the people within the community, the mentors, have more power than the mentees, right? They have existing responsibilities. So naturally, without any other sort of interventions, mentees, regardless of the goodwill or the intentions of the mentors, are expected to engage with on the terms of the mentor, right? And I think a good example of this is thinking about like time zones, right? And why it was always having to engage with mentors in the community that are based in America on their time zones, right? And then the third thing I wanted to, not to like, I don't want to stir the pot or cause drama, but I went to Justin's talk yesterday about how to spend Fedora's money, and it was all about events, right? Which I thought was interesting, because I'm like, oh yeah, all of us here that are part of this community, yeah, we like going to events and seeing each other, and you know, I enjoy being here too. But everything else is, okay, not everything else. We're talking about flywheels, and there are like Red Hat paid staff positions that, you know, haven't been laid off yet, but and I don't want to stir that pot either, but I think it's, you know, we're talking about Ben Cotton and many other people that, you know, whose layoff was arbitrary at best and discriminatory at worst. And so I want to, my question is about devotion of resources that this community has access to, and not just like the people in this room, but also like, you know, the budget that we have. And historically, a lot of this budget has been around like, you know, celebrations and flock and events and stuff like that. Do we feel like that needs to change? And to grow this community, we need to devote monetary resources to, you know, as you said, flywheels, or, you know, devoted staff positions around mentorship and these sort of roles. And if so, what do you envision those things to be?
I can start with something.
Before we start, I just want to pitch in there that DEI team in Fedora has been contributing the budget for the mentorship as well. So,
Matthew Miller started this conference keynote with one point, which was state of Fedora, and one of those points was, if anyone in this room who has a budget for diversity advisor role can actually come and help Fedora to get somebody full-time there. That was one of the points which was made by the project leader. That can give us the last point that you asked for mostly, the budget part. The second stuff, which is actually there right now, I was while we were doing this diversity weeks, Fedora Diversity Weeks, Fedora Week of Diversity, FWD, FDW something, essentially, you could actually reimburse the certification that you were doing on diversity. And that was a good way to actually help and get more community members, or rather more flywheels, to understand what diversity and inclusion means, right? That, I have not a great idea on specifics of from where do you get these courses and whatnot, but I know there's a budget allocated which you can use up. And Justin may have exact information on the amounts at this point.
We also sponsor, in the past, we sponsored the outreach intern as well with the Fedora DEI budget. I know because I was there, so Justin has the exact numbers, of course.
Well, I don't want to step in if anyone else does want to comment on how resources are allocated in Fedora for these kind of things, but I do want to just acknowledge the point too that in Fedora, at least since I've been involved in 2015, we've always had a diversity allocation in the public Fedora budget for things like we were doing with sponsoring outreachy interns in the Fedora community, but also things that we've done across the year like the appreciation weeks, the formerly Fedora Women's Day, now Fedora Week of Diversity, where we were doing, before COVID, like in-person events, and we had them in 5 different continents of people organizing these spaces in their local communities. But I think the challenge that we have now is, especially as we're coming out of COVID, there are resources that we have in the community, and those are things that I think a lot of people may not realize are available or are not exposed very well. So, on one hand, it is a team, like this is also how the DEI team has been able to do some of our very specific focused projects, but at the same time, I think wider input on how to best prioritize and make sure that we're creating opportunities for people to share how we can more equitably use our resources for mentoring, for supporting greater diversity in the community. I think that's probably the challenge, is we do need to have a larger conversation about that and finding the right balance of getting wider feedback and input and making sure that we're not trying to do too many things at one time. Because I think that's also been the challenge, is we've had resources and then it's a smaller group of people who, no, it's not just that part, but it's harder to scale. So I think there's multiple pieces there, but I just wanted to comment about the budget piece, and there are resources, but probably the conversation is how can we be more open about and transparent about those resources and use them in a continue to use them in a equitable way, and making sure that we're still improving that in the community.
Thank you, Justin, for your input.
I think when we look at the allocation of resources, there's like 2 dimensions to think about, and that's, is it a one-shot deal from the funding perspective, or is it an ongoing thing from the funding perspective? And then on the other side, think about the outcomes. Is the outcome a one-shot deal, or is the outcome ongoing? I think events tend to be a one-shot deal in one sense at the individual level. Oh, I got to go to Flock this year. I won't necessarily come next year. But I don't say that because I wouldn't want to go. I'm just saying because of funding. But because I went, I was able to make the social connections and build the intimacy with others that when I go back to my remote contribution, it will be super powered, at least for a while. So you have sort of an ongoing outcome, and it was sort of a one-shot deal from a funding perspective for me as an individual. I think as a community, an event like Flock, I mean, we don't have to do Flock every year. We do. We have not always done Flock. We used to do FudCons. It was multiple smaller events. But that ends up at a high-level budget level, not at the individual level, an ongoing cost. And I think sometimes when we have these conversations, we think of the individual, I had a one-shot deal, and not the fact that this is an ongoing, regular cost. But then also, I think for flywheels, at the individual level, it has to be ongoing. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. And I think it's easy to fund programs like Outreachy because they have that 12, 13 week, I think it's 13 weeks now, but they have that specific timeline, and it's a one shot, and you fund it, and you know what your budget looks like, and you can do that. And it is, for the individual receiving it, it is an ongoing benefit, but it's not enough to keep a flywheel. a flywheel has to be able to make a living. So, and that's the level of budget Justin could speak to this maybe, I don't think we have that level of budget to hire multiple people. And if we did, Matthew would be, we would have that diversity coordinator if we did have that budget.
Right, and yes, please go ahead.
So I had a question for the design mentors. This came up during my outreach internship as well, and recently when I was trying to volunteer for Flock as well. So one of the reasons I struggled while contributing to Fedora was using the open source design tools. And I think I've been vocal about it for a very long time. I've been trying to discuss this, and I've gone to different open source communities discussing the same issues and how they're dealing it. So, like, for better or worse, it matters to me what design tool I use. And I've been using proprietary design tools for a longer time. So when I came to Fedora, I saw that you all were using open source design tools, and I'm nothing against it. It's just that I know I'm more efficient while using the tools of my choice. So I just wanted to know, what matters more to a mentor, like the contributions that are being made or the tools that are being chosen to make the contributions? And is there any way that we can find a middle ground between new contributors who just want to use their tool of choice so that they can start contributing first and then maybe switching? Or, I mean, it's just that if I use a tool of my choice, I know I'll be more efficient, I can contribute more. And if I am pushed to use different open source design tools, I just know that I'll be frustrated and my will to contribute goes down. That's all.
Thanks for the question.
I can take that. So I would be the czar of making people use open source tools in the design team. I have a lot of reasons for that, and I understand as an individual, you invest a lot of time into your tools, and it is a huge ask. And I could say this, you were in the discourse session. Asking me to use discourse is a huge ask because I have the tools I already have that I like, but I'm being open-minded. I have tried discourse a number of times. Matthew says he's going to sit down with me and fix it for me. So, but the bit about that too, I would be fighting that way more tooth and nail, and the fire alarm would have gone off multiple times in that session if it was proprietary. Because Fedora is really, I see us as an open source first community. And it's not just because of the dogma of open source and software freedom. It's the reason I'm so passionate about using open source design tools is that when I was a student, I was a freshman, and actually I had started working with this tool called Macromedia Director as a high schooler at an engineering summer camp. So I was the director girl, so anytime there was a video project or what, I would use director. By the time I was a senior, so this is within 4 years, I don't know if Adobe had already bought Macromedia at that point, but Director, you couldn't even buy it. You couldn't get a copy of it. And I had all these projects in my portfolio that I couldn't play them, and I couldn't open the files to edit them because I didn't have a copy of the DVD. It came preloaded on my laptop. So for me to apply to jobs and have a portfolio, I had all this work I couldn't use. It was locked up in a proprietary format, requiring a proprietary tool. And that really sucked. So that's why I'm passionate about the open source tools. I think it's a practical consideration when you think about bit rot. I think it's a practical consideration when you think about accessibility. A lot of these tools cost money. A lot of them cost money on a subscription model now, where it's, hey, you know what? Pay us ransom and you can access your files, otherwise no. And it's yes, I understand that maybe the way the open source design tools work is different. I'm not, when I go into the discourse session, I'm this is so uncomfortable, I don't like it, I have to learn all this stuff. I understand that it works perfectly well for other people who are used to that system. So I don't think it's an issue of the tool having a problem, it's the having to retrain yourself. And the investment of having to do that with a tool that you're already familiar with, that it's your right hand or your third hand or something, that it's so natural, I understand that's a big ask. But I think for us as a team, it's really important, from volunteers coming into the team, contributing something. If they give us assets, and yet they could be beautiful, could be the most perfect design ever. If it's in a format that I can't open with tools that I can access, it might as well not have existed, because say it's something for Flock and we have to update it with the dates for next year. If I can't open the file, I'm going to have to remake it from scratch. So it's really important, I think, to think about the format of the files that it outputs. You have to think about, can other people access the tool that was used to make it? You also have to think about the point of Fedora is to be an open source project. So.
Yeah. I would quickly jump onto that because we just have a few minutes left and I would like to take some time to conclude as well. So please, gentlemen.
Yeah, one more question.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, we have time. Like one more question.
Okay, one more question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Oh, I guess my question is kind of a little bit more, obviously most of us here are folks who hack away at things, right? I mean, I've heard today a lot of things about, we need to understand who our mentors are. We need to understand, it's almost kind of a data question. I think I've also heard about the funding, the resources, and making sure that those things are there. I think as a community, we have a lot of tooling around things like badges and rewards and recognition. Is there any opportunity to leverage Fedora to do this, right? Can we leverage, show who's a mentor, show who's, who is being mentored by someone else? Can we recognize that and then start to understand who is becoming a mentor because of this, right? Heck, could we put that in FAS, right? Literally show who's mentoring, right? Like, I don't know about, for most folks, but being able to award a badge or some kind of recognition would be an amazing thing to do. So just throwing it out there, if folks have ideas or what your thoughts are.
Yeah, that's totally something we could do. And that's sort of a project-wide thing, right? And a lot of the mentoring stuff is per team, so we would have to get some sort of buy-in at, some sort of mentor summit of some kind about that. But yeah, we could totally do badges or some kind of relationship. But one of the problems there is that a lot of the relationships are ephemeral, right? So you're a mentor for a month and then the person goes somewhere else or whatever. Or you're mentoring like 5 people and, some of them you're seeing every week and some of them you're seeing every month. And so there's that kind of complexity to it also. But I think you're right that some sort of recognition or some kind of how to find the mentors or, where to go. Again, we get back to the flywheel, who in this team or project can direct me to the resources that I need.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's kind of an interesting comparison with, say, package sponsors or something like that. That's the permanent part, people who are willing to be mentors. Like, the individual relationships are fleeting and the mentees may be fleeting, but if we can have something kind of tool-wise which says these are the mentors on this team, that might be really useful, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Jess, you want to say a few things?
Oh no, I was gonna say something on Anushka's point about the proprietary software. I suppose when I first joined the Fedora design team, like I had knowledge of, excuse my language, Illustrator before, and then I. Sorry. But that kind of, I suppose it helped me get into Inkscape because there was a lot of stuff that were similar, and I know Inkscape has like a feature where you can like use like the Illustrator buttons in Inkscape. So like I suppose that kind of got me into it. But then going back into college and learning Illustrator, I was like, I don't like this piece of software. I'm used to Inkscape now. So I think it's like, I know people learn like in different ways, but I suppose that was my experience of it. And and as Mo was saying, like the freedom of having like .svg can be opened by anything. .psd, which is for Photoshop, can only be opened by Photoshop. So it's nice to have that freedom. But I do understand where you're coming from was it Figma you were using? So, yeah.
So, like as you pointed out, that .svg can be open anywhere. So recently, I just saw that Inkscape SVGs are not supported on Figma or other modern design tools. So the problem is the open source design tools that the community has been using. Sometimes a lot of files from those tools are not supported on modern design tools and modern software. Like it's not just Figma, there's like Sketch and Framer. which do not support these files. And my point is not using just one tool. I'm just asking if there could be ways that people could use the tool of their choice, not changing the entire community's tool of choice. Like, if you want to work with open source design tools, you have the free will to do that, and if I do not want to do that, I have the free will to do that. That's
The
only
problem
question.
is we don't work in a silo. We work together as a team, so we need to agree on the tools we use. That's why, for example, I'm willing to give Discourse a third go, because we all have to be there in order for it to work. And I think that when you're saying Inkscape's SVG doesn't open up in Figma, number one, you can do save as plain SVG on Inkscape, and then it probably should, but if it doesn't, that's Figma's problem. It's not Inkscape's problem, because SVG is a standard, and I know that there are members of the Inkscape team who follow closely and participate in the W3C SVG standard. If proprietary vendors don't want to adhere to that standard, that is their problem. It's not the standard's problem. I also want to say that modern tools, I think Inkscape is very much a modern tool, and I don't like the proprietary stuff being said that it's better, and the stuff that's free not, because I don't think just because it's free software means it's less than. It's a different model, it works differently, but for us using Inkscape is really a partnership for us because we are pretty close with the upstream Inkscape community. Me and Madeline spent a lot of time with Martin Owens, who is the lead UX developer for Inkscape at PenPot Fest was it a couple months ago? It was in June. No, it was in July.
Yeah, it was
anyway,
in
and
June.
PenPot is another tool where it is an upstream open source project. It is a modern tool very much. There's a lot of large companies that use it. And that's the tool we go because we know the upstream. We have a great relationship with them. There are features in Inkscape right now that were implemented within the past release or two that was Fedora. Oh yeah, sure.
Friends with Fedora, which first would like to request you both to get into the room and please have this conversation. I'm sure. And I just would like to what is that?
Are we out of time?
Overtime.
Oh, okay.
So
'Cause I was-
I would like to conclude this discussion just with one sentence that in my career, one thing I learned is change is the only constant. Be open-minded, and that is how you will build your resume with different skills, with different tools, okay? With that, I would like to thank you, this lovely audience who has been very, very enthusiastic for the participation. Last night, I was thinking after this long game night and beers and drinks, who would be there? Just maybe 5 people of panelists, but no, there are people who are very active, and I am so thankful and glad that we had you here. I noticed, note down a very good the conversation, the summary with different learning curves, join SIG, how DEI can contribute, Red Hat link up, Fedora office hours, Fedora directory, outreachy lessons, train the trainee, flywheels, very easy 3-pager, how to be a mentor, the best practices, exposing the resources that we have wisely. So I'm not going to promise that we're going to implement each one of them, but we will definitely try and focus step by step that how we can implement that in Fedora and make it a better place for mentors and mentors. With that, thank you very much, and I will...
And outside is happening the group photo,
Exactly.
so we need to
Okay.
run.
Yeah.
So this talk is why you should join a community. And I've never used this on Keynote before, but it's really cool because I can do it from my phone. So my name is Amy Marish, for those of you who don't know me. I am technically a principal technical marketing manager at Red Hat, specializing in OpenStack. My self-proclaimed title, and I was allowed to do it by my boss, is I'm an open source evangelist. Because I work more upstream than I do downstream. I do work with PM and PMM, but anyone who knows me knows I'm upstream all the time. So these are the ways you can reach me. I am IRC on SPOTS. I'm also in the Matrix. And that's SPOTS with a Z because we also have SPOT in the community. We're two totally different people with different heights. And I don't have blue hair. So the agenda. Roles in communities. A walk through history, which I think y'all will enjoy. Giving back in communities. And time for a Q&A. So we can have plenty of discussion, and I talk kind of fast, so we will have plenty of time. So first off is the roles in communities. And there's roles that are in every community. The first is developers, which I think everyone can guess on that. So a primary role of the developers are coding and bug fixes. They may be bug fixes that they did, bug fixes that were reported that someone else did, and then reviewing and testing code, and this is really important. A lot of people don't test their own code before they get it merged. A lot of the gating systems are not as controlling as maybe they should be, so as long as everyone's happy, they hit a button and it gets merged. I work a lot with Zool, so what Zool does when we put a patch in for OpenStack is it tests it against that project, and it can give it a verified +1. But then after it gets enough reviews from the cores and the community, it goes back through the gates and actually gets tested against the whole entire project. We call that workflow, and it gets a +2 from the system, and then it can get merged. But someone's going to write those tests, otherwise you can still get merged, but it's not being tested against anything. Collaboration and community engagement. Developers need to get out there and talk to the community. Collaboration, one project works with another project. Smaller open source communities, it may just be they're working on one thing. But Fedora, CentOS, OpenStack, Kubernetes, there's lots of different projects and they all have to work together in order for a change to happen. And it could just be, we're making a networking change, this is what's going to happen, are you going to be okay with that? I'm really enjoying this phone thing. And documentation and tutorials. Even if there is a document team, it really helps if the developer documents what they did and what it should do at the very least. Because otherwise no one knows what it did, they have to go through the code and you're starting from scratch. And tutorials, especially if it has an operational point of you configure it like this and this is why it does it. And then operators and users. I personally consider them part of the community. It's where I started as an operator. So they utilize and they test the software. They're the ones who are actually going to use it. And they report issues and provide feedback. I found a bug. This is what happened. This is the way to replicate it. But providing feedback can also be, that is the greatest UI I have ever used. I love where you place that button. Participating in discussion. How do you know what they need if they don't participate in the discussions? You may think they need feature X and you're spending 20 hours a week on feature X. Nobody needs feature X. They would like feature Y. And when they explain it to you, you realize why they want feature Y. And then again, creating documentation and tutorials, because their use case may be different than what the developer thought of. So they're going to write something a little different about why you should use it. And if you connect this piece with this piece and you do this configuration, you can make all these great things happen. And leadership. Whether it's something separate or not, they facilitate the collaboration. Let's have a discussion. Even if it's in IRC, we're having our weekly meeting. Let me start the Meetbot. These are our topics. Setting and communicating vision. I can't even read my own stuff. So this could be, this is the goal of our project. This is why we're doing it. This is why you should use our project. Nurturing community growth. If your leaders aren't positive, inclusive, understanding, have empathy for the users and the developers, you're not going to grow. You're just going to have a two-person project. And coordination and organization. And I kind of mentioned that when I discussed meetings and having topics and an agenda and the Meetbot and stuff. But it could also be, for instance, totally different, but Sean working with Justin to have this event. You know, how can we get our communities to work together? And conflict resolution and mediation. Let's be real, there's a lot of conflict. When open source started, there wasn't a need for code of conducts. Now there is, and your leadership are the ones who are going to get it reported, need to discuss it, and correct the problems. And it may even be that, hey, we realized we just did this in OpenStack. We realized that our code of conduct was outdated. So we all got together, we worked on it, and we got a new code of conduct past the board and legal because we felt that things were missing from it. So even if you have your governance in place, it may need updating. And guiding the technical direction. In some projects, and Fedora is a good example, there is a steering committee in place. Their job is to decide where things should go technically. They may not be the overall leaders of the project, but they are the ones who give the vision and make the decisions for the technical aspects of it. OpenStack is another one. We have a technical committee. The board of directors do not make any technical decisions, and we'll tell you, go talk to the TC. So as I mentioned, some roles are in every community. So once you get out of those small, teeny tiny two-person communities, you get more people in, and there's more roles. And it's not necessarily the same people doing everything, even though even in a larger community, that documentation should still be done by the developers and the users. But for technical writers, you actually have someone who can help you fix your documentation. So they document project features and functionality, and they're going to clean up what should hopefully already exist from the developers and make it more usable. Managing and maintaining project documentation. So this may not be necessarily the documentation on how to contribute or to use it, but the overall documentation for the project. This is our mission. This is what we want to do. Creating developer resources. So again, they take the basics that they say they need and then help to improve them and make them better, and they might come up with totally different things. And supporting community engagement. Again, there's going to be a theme here of supporting the community. So this could be that they redid the onboarding documentation so that it's good. Technical writers could be involved in the social media. Infrastructure. So now that you're no longer just doing your thing with your merge requests on GitHub, you might actually have infrastructure behind it. So system administration and maintenance. You're running your own gates. You have to create users on those systems for the developers to do stuff. Development and configuration management. So again, they're going to want to make their life easier. So they're going to want to use Ansible. What else do we use in these days? Back in the day, we used Chef. Puppet. Puppet's still pretty popular. But mainly they're going to use either Ansible or, hey, it's in OpenStack. We can't get rid of it because we have a lot of stuff and it works and we don't have anyone to contribute. Again, infrastructure. Continuous CI and CD. For us in Open Infra, we use Zool, which is actually another project under Open Infra. And that's the one where I was telling that it'll test your code, your initial code, to make sure it passes your project, and then that it'll work on the whole entire project. So I know GitHub will do some tests for you if you write it, but to be honest with you, I don't know of another system. I think Hopper is doing something similar where you can test against your whole project. Scalability and performance optimization. Our gates are timing. Why are our gates timing? Well, this provider only gave us 5 systems this week, nodes this week to test against. We're going to have to add some more nodes onto another system so that we have the capacity we need in order to do our testing. So the largest communities. Graphic artists. Thank you, Mo. Sometimes you also just need friends who can help you with your graphic artist problems. So some of the things they do, the logos and the branding materials. Creating user interface and user experience because they have a visual eye. You might think that button goes down there and then they take a look at it and go, oh no, you don't want it down there. You want to put it here and put it on the left, not the right, because everyone's used to it being on the left. Have you ever clicked on the wrong button when a pop-up comes up because you're so used to it being in one place? User experience. Designing promotional materials. It can be something as simple as the stickers we've all been handing out outside. It can be something more detailed, one-pagers that you put on the counter at FOSDEM for people to pick up so they know what you're doing. And providing visual assets for documentation. That could be graphics, or even this lovely Fedora presentation template. I didn't make it. Translators. We're global. Larger projects often have translation teams. So they translate the documentation, they localize the user interface, translating project communication, I don't know if I have it on there, reviewing and editing translations. Part of localizing and not even the user interface, and I guess I don't have it separate, is what pops up as warnings. That's one of my first OpenStack contributions. I actually have Python code in OpenStack, putting in localization tags. So that if you come up with a warning, it is in your language, and the explanation of that warning is in your language. Something you might not think about, but is very important for a global community. Community advocates. I've been saying it's kind of everybody's role, but there are often people who just advocate for their communities. So community engagement and support, these might be the people who are on your help. You know, you've got a help forum and they're the ones who are going to answer because they're always there and they're always trying to be helpful. Also a great way to get involved in a community. Outreach and promotion, your ambassadors. They're going to reach out and say, hey, you've got a meetup coming up. Would you like us to speak at it? Or they're just a point of contact that someone can say, we're having a meetup. I'm looking for someone who can come talk and we'll go, oh, here's all the ambassadors in your area. Community building. Hold an event. Attend a conference. Have a social. Feedback collection and communication. User surveys are great for your communities. Because that's where you get your feedback a lot of the times from your users and your participants. Or it can also be someone just attending an event. Oh, I see you're wearing a so-and-so t-shirt. Oh yeah, I do so-and-so on the committee. Well, I really, really like what you're doing. I like this aspect, I like that aspect. It's like, I'm going to write it down, I'm going to take it back to the team. And providing diversity and inclusion, promoting diversity and inclusion. A lot of times the advocates are the ones who are going to go out, you know, they see someone who's struggling in the community and they want to be the one who is inclusive. It's just how we are. That we were kind of joking at the table earlier today. I might have a reservation for 10 people at a restaurant. We're walking to the restaurant. I see someone kind of just walking by themselves in a strange town because they're at the conference and they don't know anybody. It's their first time. Like, hey, you want to come eat with us? You know, it's just that simple of getting someone involved in a community is just seeing that they're alone, they're confused, and inviting them along. Okay, this is kind of fun for me. In the beginning, if you build it, they will come. Come on. So we're talking about diversity and inclusion today, and when open source kind of started, it was all the same people. In this case, I got my 3 cavemen. And they will come. Well, our operators were kind of the same people too. But then there were communities. So it wasn't just 2 people in a room on the internet with GitHub. We started putting people together. So it wasn't just for developers anymore. And we have different people. So we have a developer, a tech writer, maybe a user. So we started to look different. We weren't just those 2 guys in a room who have been best friends for 5 years or all their entire life. And this is important. Now, if you also notice, we still don't have cultural diversity here. But at least now we've got some gender diversity going on. And where we are today, communities are for everyone. And I tried to get as diverse as I could on the people. I think that's all our people. So you still have, you know, everyone's working together. And this is actually, I really like this one also because they're all behind a computer. So they are out there working from their houses. They are out there working from the offices. Some of these may be employed. Some of them may be volunteering. I volunteer in a whole lot more communities than I'm actually paid to participate in. But there's people of interest, and they all bring something different to that community. Actually, I'm not going near as fast as I thought I was. So ways of giving back to communities. Hey, I can talk really fast. Performing reviews. Everyone should be performing reviews. And it's a great way to get started in a community. Going back to OpenStack, we have the ability to +1. Anybody can +1 anything. Anyone can -1 anything. It's only when you get to more of a leadership role, which we call your cores, where you can +2 or -2 people. Help grow the community. You love your community, you invite people to join the community. Promote diversity and inclusion. Now, anyone who was at the meeting yesterday for the panel noticed it was all white males. On CentOS's behalf, that was a conscious decision I chose to make. I could have taken that chair. I felt Davida was the best person to represent us in that case. Benny could have been here for Alma. She is not here in attendance. But it's important to note that those 2 projects have female leadership. Mentoring, because this is the mentoring summit. So you can have internal project mentoring, which is kind of what we've been talking about this morning. 1 or more mentoring. I kind of mentioned the cohorts this morning. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It depends on the group and how active they're willing to be. But even with one-on-one mentoring, sometimes you're paired up with someone you never hear from your mentor, or you never hear from your mentee. And there's the cohort mentoring. Now, external mentoring programs. Outreachy. Outreachy is like the most popular project out there. I think it's one of the best run. But it's also nice that they get paid. They get paid to be there as a mentee, and that gives them the ability to maybe not get that job at the fast food restaurant and while they're in college and working on things. Google Summer of Code and Docs. I don't know if Docs is still going on. It ran for like a year or 2, and then I haven't really seen it. But that was a Google-sponsored internship. And again, open source projects. You didn't have to be a Google project for it. And questions and answers. Yes. Oh, and I did attribute on the slide where the artwork came from. The caveman came from clip art. It's over here. And the other clip art that I really liked was philipmartin.info. And it's just clip art. There's nothing special about it. I just like the looks.
So I just wanted to point something out. Google Summer of Code is very code-centric. They will not accept UX. I guess they have a special program for docs. But Outreachy, you can do community advocacy, you can do UX. All the roles that you went through are eligible for Outreachy. So I just wanted to point that out. Yeah.
I'm Shaza. I'm a student at UCC, University College Cork. And my question would be, like, I'm not sure if this mentioned throughout the last 2 days or not, but would there be any direct connection between Fedora and universities, either in America or in India or in Europe, Middle East, any of this?
I can answer. Sweet. I can answer. So in Brno, Red Hat has a long-term relationship with the Brno University of Technology, where a lot of interns come as students, and many of them work not on the internal Red Hat stuff. They do work on upstream projects, contribute to the projects, or contribute these projects to Fedora. So it's kind of covering there. So at least in Brno, and I think it's also Boston University that's been involved in the same or similar program. Yeah, that's how we already have in place for Fedora contributions. But these programs, they unfortunately tie it to specific universities. And that's usually how it's run around the world, because it's collaboration with specific faculties or professors in the particular areas.
Now, Outreachy is not tied to any particular college. I do not think the Google Summer of Projects are tied necessarily even to, you have to be a university student. Open Infra is tied to a few different universities in the United States, but we are open to other colleges who want to contact the Open Infra Foundation to do, they're going to be more OpenStack, Kata containers, our projects versus Fedora. But I think if you contacted foundations or maybe Linux Foundation as well, so at more of a foundational level or board level type of, hey, I'm from this university, this is my professor, we're kind of interested. You might be able to make it more informal, formal, so it may not be paid. But they might be able to work with the university in order to have an internship project.
Yeah, I'm actually an intern at Red Hat, and I could say that this is, the relations between universities and companies does exist, during these, providing these internships and things. But I would say, from the university I'm in right now, it's considered one of the largest universities in Ireland, and it was unfortunate that I didn't know anything about open source projects before I start my internship in Red Hat. And I can see how amazing it is, throughout my internship and throughout this event. But, the idea that we're not, open to any of this in the university, either from the academic perspective or from the event perspective. So, my curious more is, would there be any in the future, more like Fedora events that holds in universities to introduce students to these projects and, contribution to open source, that these students who's looking for experiences can contribute to this? Because me as a student, I'm looking for experience, and I always try to fill my time in the summertime, Christmas time, to do, some sort of things that I can fill my time with that will benefit me on my CV and experience. So I think lots of students would be interested, not just technical courses, but also non-technical courses, would be interested in contribution to Fedora. So if this can be made in the future, it would be amazing.
I'm a little worried that in your coursework you never heard of open source. And I was going to point to you anyways, Mike. So there are developer advocates that work at the foundation, Open Info Foundation, that I know reaches out, and I will talk with her after this event when I get back on U.S. soil. Go, Mike.
Yeah, maybe just in response. So I work for the Rochester Institute of Technology, so university. We're very lucky to have a long history of open source. So we have an academic minor in open source where students can take a series of 5 undergraduate courses, and they're multidisciplinary too. So it's not just focused on development, but you know, you can be a business student talking about open source businesses and stuff like that. You know, graciously, a lot of our history actually stems with our original partnership with Red Hat that, you know, for many, many years donated funding to our university and allowed us to have this very rich and vibrant student group that, you know, I was a part of when I was young. Justin Flory was a part of, and, you know, I think was a great way of us interacting with open source projects. So with regards to your question, I've noticed working in academia for the last 3 years, there is a large disparity between universities where some have, you know, for probably mostly through like just chance and luck, have been able to get funding and resources to build these programs, and they've been really successful and students have loved them. And then others simply haven't had the resources, wherewithal, or, you know, there hasn't been this like academic shift towards open source just yet. In Ireland, if you're interested in the Irish ecosystem, certainly Trinity College Dublin has a technology transfer office that's very open source forward. So if you're interested, I could introduce you to the people over there. We've worked with them and they're excellent. And there has been a couple other universities. I'll have to dig through my contact list, but I'd be happy to connect you with people. If you at least want like the Irish connection, I'd be happy. And maybe through that, there could be a larger sort of
Yeah, because I can think of the University of Omaha, Nebraska, which runs the Chaos Project out of there. That's where it started. So there are universities that are doing things. I'm a little disappointed to hear that it wasn't part of yours. Okay, and let me clarify that I was an animal science major. I was pre-vet. So I did not take computer science classes. So what your degree in also doesn't determine what you can do and develop in open source. You know, so most of the developers, yes, they come out of computer science programs, but there's so many different things you can major in and become involved in open source. Mo?
So I had a question on another topic. You mentioned in this talk and earlier this morning about mentor cohorts, and it's actually a concept I'm not quite familiar with, so I was hoping you could talk about it.
So because believe it or not, OpenStack and Kubernetes communities were very close. We talk to each other all the time. And one thing these started was like one mentor with 3 to 5 mentees. And it seemed to work really well for them when they were in their hype of development. Just for clarity, OpenStack is no longer in its hype. We're actually have more cores out there than we've ever had before. We're growing like crazy from users, but we don't have the hype. Kubernetes still has the hype, though they have a lot of the same issues that we do, so it's always interesting to talk with them. But the idea being that if you could put 1 or 2 mentors with a cohort, there was less pull on the mentor itself. So, you know, if they had a meeting or went on PTO, your mentees weren't just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. So there are those advantages. But one thing I felt that we had the issue with where, remember I mentioned that they wouldn't even introduce themselves. So they might be too shy, and we didn't get to imposter syndrome earlier today, but imposter syndrome can actually prevent you from just replying to the email with, "Hi, my name is Amy, and I came from the University of Florida, and I'm just getting started, and I'm interested in X, Y, and Z." You wouldn't think imposter syndrome can keep you from doing that little bit, but it can. So you don't have that necessarily that one-on-one relationship as a one-on-one mentoring. You have to be a little more out there. So there are definitely advantages and disadvantages of it. So it really depends on your community and the mentors and mentees you have. You have to figure out what works for yourself.
Now, you mentioned that it was something that was done in these communities when they're in their hype. Like now that the hype is maybe died off a little bit, is this a less effective technique? Like what are the requirements that would make this a successful approach?
I wouldn't say it's a less successful technique, but they had more people coming in. So they had more demand on the mentors than they had mentors. So it allowed them to share the work and help more people. So that's where the advantage is, because you're not taxing a mentor as much because they have a buddy or two. And you can mentor 3, 5, 10 people so you can cover more ground. It's kind of like private tutoring versus a classroom. You just balance it out.
Please ask a question on another topic if I'm digging into this too much. I'm curious, would the two mentors be sort of similar, like if I'll just throw out a random example, like if in OpenStack, if it was like networking, would both mentors be expected to be networking experts, or could it be one is more general OpenStack, maybe they work on something else, but they're there to support the other mentor? Like, are there different models there that might work better than others?
So we had different tracks that you could say you wanted to be mentored in and that you wanted a mentee. So unless someone said, all 5 of us want to be Neutron, which was our networking, we wouldn't necessarily be that specific. The idea also is we've run liaisons so that in each of the individual OpenStack project, we had a name of someone we could put people in touch with. So kind of like a mini mentor. So that I've got my Git and Garrett set up, I've done some docs, I've done this, and I'm really interested in networking. Oh, well, why don't you talk to Alfredo? Why don't you talk to Elvira? They're on the team, they're great people, let me put you in touch with them. Because sometimes also, that community advocacy isn't necessarily that you know all the answers, but you know who to send someone to.
Any more?
We actually went over. I'm so proud of myself for talking slow. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Do we have something else in this room now, or? Yeah?
I think it's another round table thing.
Oh, okay, cool.
Closing remarks for this track would be
Oh, I see, because we didn't capture it earlier.
do the rebroadcast for talk. So there'll be a different speaker coming in 2:30 to 3:15, 3:30. It'll go through.
Yeah.
Okay. But he'll be coming down after they wrap up with this next session. That'll be
It's at 2:30. I thought now was 2:30.
For the for the game, which we are kicking off now, and she's gonna explain it, which game it is. I hope you all will enjoy it.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
Just make a note for story stage. We move things a bit.
A different room? Which room is it?
So due to the State of Fedora keynote was not live streamed fully on Wednesday, so at I guess probably sometime in the next 15 minutes, will be a retake of the State of Fedora keynote in this room. If you're in for the Story Stitch activity, we're going to move to the room upstairs where we have the candy swap and where lunch is, and we'll just take the tables up there to do the Story Stitch activity. It's a conversational card game. I definitely would encourage you, if you've never seen it before, it's famous on TikTok and Instagram, but it's also just really fun, and you get to learn, meet people, and or get to know people in a very different way. So, Yona, Amita, anything else to add on?
Hi, everybody. I am Matthew Miller. I am the Fedora project leader, and this is my going into my 10th year of being the project leader, and this is my 11th time I'm presenting a keynote at Flock or Nest conference, because this is a redo, because the stream cut off at the beginning of the other time, so I thought, yeah, there's some important stuff at the beginning. We need to make sure that goes, and if I'm going to do the beginning, I might as well do the whole thing. We'll see how it goes the second time around, and you can decide if it's better or worse. I make up a lot of it as I go along, so we'll see how it comes out. Yeah, so over those 10 years, there's been a lot of ups and downs, and a lot more ups than downs, I think. I think it's been generally a good time in Fedora. Right now, there's this saying, given somebody as an ancient curse, but it's not actually ancient. It's something that some British guy made up in the, I don't know, 19th century or so. And I thought I'd give Terry Pratchett, another British guy, the credit for it here. But yeah, sometimes having a lot of stuff going on can be very stressful. And this is kind of how it feels to me in the world overall right now. We've got war, disease, famine, basically all of the horsemen of the apocalypse. And if heat waves weren't in the original set, I think that they have kind of ridden up very quickly and taken over whichever the other fourth horseman was to be right in the forefront of the charge. So that's kind of a lot. And then, of course, closer to us, Red Hat has been going through corporate things. We had big cuts in our travel budget. I was afraid we would not be able to get anyone here to this conference at all. It actually turned out very good turnout. It's kind of weird to be giving this at the end of rather than the beginning, so I can look back over the conference. There were, when I checked at the beginning, I should have gotten the number just for this, but there were like 130 registrations, which isn't the biggest we've had. Yeah.
At the beginning, it was like 150-ish.
Oh.
More than that.
Okay.
I'll check now.
Yeah, okay. Mo's looking it up for me here. Yeah, so we had good turnout, much better than I was worried. It's not the biggest we've ever had, but it was great, and we had people here together, and that was nice. I was worried about that, but we had earlier scheduled planned this to be in Detroit in the United States, but visa problems there looked like we weren't going to get people there if that happened, and then we moved it to Ireland for hopefully better visa times. But then it turned out a bunch of people at the last minute couldn't come here because of that. So that was, again, worries. And then there were the layoffs at Red Hat, which that sucked for all of us at Red Hat. It affected company morale, and it had a direct impact on Fedora. And that not just Red Hat's morale, but everybody in the community really felt hurt by that. So that added to this really just interesting times in not the good way, I guess. Then, this last month, all of the things going on CentOS. So, and a lot of worry coming out of that from people, in the community, and a lot of Fedora users and people on the internet are kind of casually looking and be like, what's the pattern here? Is Fedora next? And not Fedora next, our earlier strategy, Fedora next, and something bad happening to us. Yeah, so all that's going on, and that's all kind of in the background here. And I hope that we can kind of let that fade into being background noise. I don't mean to diminish the importance of all of those world crisis things, or how that things at Red Hat have affected all of us. But none of these are things that we in Fedora can do anything directly about. There's this kind of hiss in the background, and I hope that we can focus on the things that we can deal with, and kind of fade into this peaceful universe. At least this is a background that Mo drew here during the COVID lockdown times. Did the Fedora wallpaper, desktop wallpaper, and I really liked it, especially for that time. It's kind of a place where we can kind of relax and remember, Fedora is bigger than Red Hat. I love that they pay me full-time to work on things, and I love that they provide all the resources for Fedora, a lot of resources. But really, like all of us coming together to be Fedorans, to be Fedora friends, Fedora family, no matter who we work for, like that's what Fedora is about. It's bigger than all of that, and hopefully even in that chaotic world we can find this peaceful place. And then though, even more than just finding this peace and respite from it all, Fedora should be a place where we can do this thing we want to do and build this world, a world where everyone benefits from free and open source software that's built by inclusive, welcoming, and open-minded communities. That's the Fedora project vision, and I really hope that we can get to that utopia, and I have a lot of optimism for how things are going. This is a picture from a NASA 1970s, like how is the future going to look, what are space stations going to be like, that I loved as a child and still love. They're on the internet today, they publish these, and that's, to me, that symbolizes that utopian future. To other people, you may have your own picture of it, but that's what I mean by this here. But yeah, how are we doing towards that? One of the things we've been doing the last few years is a survey of Fedora users and Fedora contributors that we could put out there in general, and tried to make as scientific as possible. It's an anonymous survey where people can give feedback on different questions we've designed. And this just finished up on the end of July, so it's hot off the presses. In fact, when I was working on this talk, I actually didn't know what these numbers were going to be until the last minute. And so I actually stayed up late and kind of redid things because there were different ways things were going to go. So, oh, hey, what have I pressed? A wrong button on the remote. There we go. Okay, perfect. Solved problems. Computers are great. Yeah, so this is the first time we did it, satisfaction survey, and this came back really very high, an average of 4.2 out of 5 of how satisfied people are. So things on the bottom are good there. And that year there was about 400 respondents in every category, 800 total. So pretty good response rate too, that we thought. The next year we got about 20% more contributor responses and about 3 times the number of user responses. So almost 2,000 responses overall. And basically the average went to 4.3. So things were getting better, looking up. Now, with all of that backdrop of the apocalyptic things and everything else, and especially all of the online negativity that was coming from every direction, it felt like, over the last month, I thought, okay, this might be rough. One of the things I didn't even mention there, that we had a change proposal, so I'm going to talk about a little bit, which was very contentious, and I really was worried that there would be a lot of people who came in to just trash us on this, and so I thought, was it going to be, is the average of 2 now, or I don't know. But it turns out they love us. They really love us. I guess that's the thing. No, we actually got really good response on here. This is up again about 70% overall, so almost 3,000 responses this time. And the average score went down a tiny bit. It drops to 4.2, back to where it was 2 years ago. But that's just kind of, I would love to see it all going up and up and up. But I think it's fair, some room for improvement there. We're in the 4s and we can grow. And I got optimism for that. And it was really nice to see these positive growing numbers here continuing. So I think we actually really are in a good place. And we do have that room to improve. And that's what we want to work on here. I'm going to look specifically at the year-over-year change here in each of these. That's something I thought was kind of fun. We actually had 0 contributors who rated us at the lowest, number 1 this year. And by contributor, in this case, it is people who only identified as a user when they were asked of the different ways they participate in the project. So a lot of the people who are contributors are users as well, but that's the split here. But so there's no one who said that they were involved at more than a user level who said they had no satisfaction. And it could be that we just lost those people there. There were 6 people last year who said that. But I noticed that last year there had been 8 people who said that we were score 2, and this year it's up by 6, 14. So I hope that we converted all of those 6 people to just a little bit more optimism, and we'll see how that continues as we go on. Another indicator here, this is from the Introduce Yourself threads that community members have started on the Fedora discussion forum. And this is basically, show up, say hello, and maybe somebody says hello back and just a little bit about yourself. And it's kind of neat to see this just sort of organically grow year over year with more people participating and more messages. If you are watching this and haven't said hello, please join. If you've been around Fedora for a long time or if you're brand new, it's a great place to just drop in and start talking to people. I really see this as kind of a sign of health when a community just has that sort of natural engagement there and that's growing. The place to go is in the water cooler section of our forum, which is sort of the metaphorical thing where back when people used to go into offices all the time, when you want a little break, you just go and get some water and there'd be somebody else standing around where the water bubbler is and you chit-chat a little bit. So this is kind of our chit-chat section of the forum there. Go there. There's also an introduction section in our Fedora space on Matrix, chat.fedoraproject.org. We've actually seen increased activity there as well. It actually been so quiet for a while, I just was thinking about starting a conversation about shutting that down because an empty introductions room is kind of embarrassing, but it actually started picking up. So thank you for everybody engaging there as well. That's another place to do this kind of thing. I don't have a chart for that one, but yeah, it's okay, so this is a section where I'm going to show some other metrics which are about the Fedora stats on the metrics we have on the number of systems running out there in the world. And I show a dinosaur here because we do not do any sort of invasive tracking. This is all kind of an observation level thing. So it's sort of like doing an archaeological dig is something that is millions of years of reserve, hundreds of millions of years, and you can't really reconstruct exactly. You can have a theory about how you're putting things back together. So Stephen Smoogen, who's one of the people who's worked on this and done a lot of work on making that system work over the years, joke about this dinosaur thing, and this is, the dinosaur represents uncertainty, is basically what I'm saying here. Here is the latest things from DNF Count Me per release, and I was like, wait a minute, that looks bad. This should be going up and to the right. Something is wrong here. So actually, something is wrong here, and I don't have as many graphs about this as I often do in my talk because I found some bugs. There's definitely a bug in the way DNF Count Me is recording systems, their system age, and there seems to be something else as well. Because as I was digging into this, I actually noticed, so this is another view of the same data sliced by variant, and each of the releases at their peak. The latest one here actually hasn't reached its peak yet because it isn't. That usually is right before the next release, so that will still grow, but you can still see it's not really the great trend. But I noticed that this is only desktop systems that are going down. So all the RPMOS tree-based things are going up, including the desktops, and server, cloud, those are also going up if we break them out, but the desktops ones are going down, which is weird. So I think there's some kind of bug there. And so I started looking into the older method of tracking where you just count the number of IP addresses that show up in the mirror every day. Sorry, and I shouldn't say tracking because there is no system tracking here. This is just kind of counts overall. So the other older counting method. And it happens that there is almost a 2-to-1 correlation here. If you just double the height of the old line, it hits the new one. And it's so close to a factor of 2 that I thought, are we double counting? And I had people check this, like double check this so many times. We're pretty confident that that's just actually what the correlation factor is. And there's reasons for that we can talk about that it might be reasonable. Basically, behind every network, between everybody's home router or whatever on average, there's 2 systems, or there may be some big places where there are a lot of systems behind one network address, translation address, or whatever. So we'll see what that is. But you can see that there's a pretty good correlation there for those releases, pretty magical. I'm not really actually, it still might be a double counting error, and I don't really, the actual numbers aren't really important to me. Even if it's double counting, it's kind of the trend that matters. So the trend matches in both cases here, which makes sense. But if I look now at the more recent releases, you can see it at the very beginning, it works, and then all of a sudden the DNF count me one kind of flops off, which is really strange. And I think it might have something to do with some bug in the way that is working in DNF. So I didn't dig much further into this, but I am, I don't want to just be like, oh, I'm picking the numbers that I want to see. but I think there's pretty good reason to believe that the more optimistic numbers here are actually more reflective of reality. Well, we'll see. Next time around, I may be like, well, that turned out there's something terrible. That's part of the fun of doing archaeology, and you do more research and you find out more things, but that's where that is there. Yeah, sorry, uncertain results. If I didn't traditionally do this in my state of Fedora, I might have just skipped the whole thing, but that would have been weird. So here's the transparent. That's what I've got. I think it's mostly okay. This is a pause for water segue here. So, in other news, exciting things that have happened recently in Fedora. If you followed all of the State of Fedora talks I've done, you've heard me say for years that having most of our activity on mailing lists and on IRC hides our activity. It buries it under something where most people who are using the internet today on their phones or however are not really seeing or even able to participate in everything that's going on. And there is a lot going on in the project. So part of this, moving our chat from IRC to Matrix, which has a much lower barrier to entry and kind of more like what people are used to in modern chat apps. That's been one big improvement. And I'm also hoping we can move a lot of our mailing list discussions to discussion.fedoraproject.org, which is a discourse-based forum. I think in doing that, it'll be more obvious that we're alive as a project, and in fact, it will help us be more alive. We are selecting out a lot of possible participants for bad reasons. We want to make sure we can bring people who have been engaged in the project or used to those along as well. We actually had a big, long session here. Again, this is the benefit of doing my keynote at the end of the conference. We had a big, long session talking to people about how that will work. One of the things is we've got to make sure we bring the content to the new platform. It's Mo pointed out to me, Mo is right here in the front row, so that's why I'm talking about her all the time. But she pointed out to me that it is about the content and having reasons for people to be there. It's a social problem more than a technical problem. Can't be solved with technology. And so one of the things I wanted to do that is bring our change proposals there, where we talk about what's going to be different in the next release of Fedora. We traditionally talked about those on the Fedora Devel mailing list. I wanted more visibility, I wanted more participation, I wanted more feedback, more engagement. So we had the first change proposal for Fedora Linux 40. We decided to do that on the discussion forum. And how did that go? Well, there's another ancient curse. Be careful what you wish for. We had 1,378 posts in less than a month on this topic, and most of those were in the first week and over the weekend. You can see the numbers in orange there on the slides. I probably should have put little fire graphics on them or something to make it show how dramatic it was, but it really kind of felt on fire, or felt kind of like this, another view. People got really upset, and a lot of people were coming in. We got a lot of accusations that this was decided in the back room and that IBM had made us, was making these decisions and forcing it on the users who didn't want any of this stuff. And I realized that a lot of the people coming in here were not necessarily new to Fedora as a user, but were new to this process. So a lot of people actually said, I've been using Fedora for 20 years and this is the first time I've spoken up in one of these changes. So they really felt upset about it. And I realized that this is kind of a thing that we had the same problem with our release process, where people see every time we are like, oh, we've got to slip the release date from what we'd planned to a later date. And they're like, oh no, is Fedora, they don't have their act together. Really, that's a normal part of software development. Every schedule is optimistic, right? And so usually what people do is they just don't tell you what the release date is, and surprise, it's done when it's done. And so even the Red Hat Enterprise Linux schedule, that's they tell you when it's ready, not what's going on behind the scenes. And in Fedora, we show what's going on behind the scenes. And it's the same thing with changes. We don't have that back room. All of these things are done in the open, in public, and so this is not a done deal kind of thing. This was people bringing This is a proposal they're working on. It happened, I had seen it before if they're working on it, but most people, and FESCO, the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee that makes the decisions, this is the first time they're seeing it. So it wasn't that backroom deal, but that's what people expected when they came in, because they're used to big companies making these decisions, and then it is a done deal. And basically, as a user, all you can do is go to their forum and just light that up and put all the complaints you can in place and get all your friends to talk about how bad it is and respond to everything with anger. And you're not expecting the people who are making the decision to even listen. Maybe some forum manager person will collect things up, and then it ends up being this is the weight and the heat and the anger, and that's how you can get your feedback, which that's not our process at all. And a lot of people commented actually that they were upset that this Fedora would even consider such a thing, that this could even be proposed. So that upset me, but in a different way, because Fedora is a big collaborative project. And I hope most of the people in the room, I hope most of the people listening know and understand this already, but I want to talk about it because it is such an important thing. Fedora tries new things. That's part of who we are. We've got freedom as our core value, and I think a lot of people identify privacy and digital privacy as part of the free software, open source software. It's part of that value, and I think that's true in Fedora. We also have values for features and first, so we want to try new things. That's really important. And most crucially, we are friends all working together. It doesn't mean we think the same, but it has to be safe to propose things that other people might disagree with. People have strong opinions on things, but that's okay. We don't always have to agree, but we're always working together towards this common goal to make this world, that utopian world, where everyone benefits from free and open source software, and it's built by inclusive, welcoming, and open-minded communities. And that's what we have to be in order to do this. So, yeah, that's what we need. And so I don't know if people recognize the painting here. This is the School of Athens, Socrates. And so this is how that turned out. So we need it to be safe, even when people think a proposal is annoying or something is terrible or even dangerous, if something might corrupt the youth. We've got to make room for those proposals because we got to be able to talk about them. So we're going to continue trying to do this in the open. We could instead bring this into some sort of back room. We could put it back to the mailing lists, or we could use features to make it so that only people who have been active in the project for a certain level or meet certain other thresholds can participate or even see the discussion at a certain point. We could do those things, but I really don't want to. I think that transparency, I think it's great that we had more people involved in this. We're going to try some new rules this next time around. Particularly, we're going to have zero tolerance for personal attacks, which is generally what we do in Fedora anyways. But this time, because we hadn't really strongly level set the expectations, we were kind of lenient on a lot of posts where you could see someone was really angry and they wanted to express themselves, and they also happened to say that the person was something bad about the person proposing it, including that the people proposing it don't have Fedora's best interests in mind, that they are acting in bad faith, and those are a form of personal attack that kind of undermines how we collaborate in Fedora. So this next time around, we're going to hide those as a moderation thing, which gives you a chance to edit it. We would like to hear your opinion, but you've got to be part of the process, part of Fedora, and work in a collaborative way. It doesn't mean there should be dissent. We want to hear all of the sides, but you can make your point without making personal attacks and conspiracy theories and all of those things. We're also having, in addition to the rules, we have a video introducing the process and kind of some more background presented to people, and we'll see how that goes the next time. So we'll refine from that, and hopefully things will get better and better, and no one will have to drink the hemlock in the end, and we'll be able to continue doing Fedora in an open and transparent way and make that grow and grow. Okay, so that was maybe a little bit, I got excited. I got excited the first time I did this. I got excited about the second time. I'm passionate about that. It's really important to Fedora. Other thing, I'd mentioned Red Hat's layoffs before, and Red Hat, well, layoffs really sucked. I won't go into it in detail because there's not really a lot I can say. It really is those things out of our control. And yeah, this is not like, don't take anything I'm saying as like official Red Hat or whatever. There's observations. It seems that the cuts really targeted program manager roles at the company. There are a lot of people who had that title in various ways, and actually even are the people in the open source program office who are not doing what we think of as program management anyway, actually had their roles coded as program manager, which I don't know, there might be some, like, metadata is important, everybody. Let's get our labels right. Yeah, so it kind of did feel like, oh, like, wow, Fedora's in the crosshairs here. This really, like, hit. But I don't think that was actually the case. So it really, it was miserable, but Fedora wasn't particularly targeted. Other important projects and things in Red Hat also have to deal with the same kind of thing. So it sucks all around. Fedora has a kind of unique problem because we actually have the assumption that we have a funded program manager role like codified into the Fedora Council charter, and this really is a role that we depend on. Ben Cotton, who was the program manager, has a really good explanation of why this kind of thing needs to be a paid position. There's a lot of things in Fedora that, amazing volunteers do wonderful things, but there are some things which we need to make sure happen, and you can never make volunteers do things. That's one of the beauty of being a volunteer. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to. You can just go off and do something fun instead of that difficult thing, or just keeping to a routine and so on. So this is kind of a role which is a lot about routine, and so that's important. And in general, kind of keeping the momentum, this idea of flywheel theory, you should find Ben's book and look this up. It's really good. But yeah, so a paid role is helpful. Doesn't necessarily need to be Red Hat paying for that role, theoretically, but it's not like anybody else has stepped up. But luckily, Mike McGrath, who's my management chain, got a new position created, which was moving heaven and earth under the circumstances in the company. I think it's unfortunate that he had to do that, but like I said, layoffs suck, so I'm really glad that he did. Because you can't hire back for a role you just cut in layoffs for legal reasons and so on. This can't be the same, but it's also kind of a chance to actually reinvent what exactly we want the role to be in. The role to be, it doesn't have to be like a program manager at Red Hat in general. It can be something really, really Fedora specific. So we actually have an opening coming this soon. There'll be more details coming up that soon. So I'm glad to get that support. Also, speaking of paid roles, one that Red Hat doesn't fund, that I've been trying to get funded for 10 years, we have a diversity advisor position on the council, and I really think that should also be a full-time paid role for similar reasons, and it is hard work. So if anybody else out there, like I said, this doesn't have to be a Red Hat role. Someone else can be paid to work on Fedora full-time. I would love to see another company step up and help fund this for us. I think that would be really important because that is fundamental to who we are as Fedora as well, and I think it's an area where we could always use help and growth. So yeah, challenge everybody. Yeah, and so finally, because this is the state of Fedora, kind of have the past, the present, and the future here. Where is Fedora going? So our last big strategic plan for the project was called Fedora Next, and that was almost a decade ago. So it's time for a new map. To have a map and a plan, first we need to know what we're aiming for. Famously, it is difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. And anybody who says that they know where technology will be in 5 years, they're flat out wrong. They probably need to go back and talk to Socrates and learn a little bit about the nature of knowledge. But just think about how technology 5 years ago, and like look at what's in the tech news today, and all of the stuff with large language models and stuff. I think some people might have predicted generally, but like knowing where to invest and what's important like that would be very hard 5 years in the future. So what do we want to invest in for 5 years? There's going to be some specific things, but in general, we want to double the number of Fedora contributors who are active every week. So that means we have more people who are engaged, and we have a really healthy project that is able to grow and change. And so whatever comes at us from a technical point of view, we'll be able to adapt and have people who are interested and who will bring Fedora into what's needed at the time. And so that's the overall guiding star, to double the number of contributors who are active every week. I joked about this last time when I did this, so I'm going to do it again. When I say it out loud, you can have that it is not ambiguous, but in writing, it's very hard to get double the number of contributors active every week written in a way that doesn't sound like we mean to every week double the number until we have infinite number of contributors, which would be awesome, but is probably not an achievable goal. Sorry, Till. I'm going to keep phrasing it that way because I don't have another good way to put it. But that's the basic goal: growth. If we could do that exponential growth, great. But I'll be happy for doubling, and by the end of 5 years, have twice the number we have now. So, what is a contribution exactly? This is a definition we came up with. You have to actually be doing something. It's not, it's not just signing up, having a username. Like, that's not a contribution. I like it to be a plural thing, not to be contributions, not just a drive-through. Like, you're making contributions before you're a contributor. It doesn't have to be a lot. It can be very little. It can be a lot of different areas, but something where you're there. And it has to be something that actually kind of advances us in the direction of our project. It kind of fits the mission and vision, which is very broad, but that makes it a contribution. And it's not something that's just like incidentally a benefit, where it is something that happens to be there, but you're not really intentionally putting yourself into it. And so this is the definition I came up with, and nobody has come up with a better one. If you want to help improve this, again, everything in Fedora, we are all about the incremental improvement. So if you have ideas for improving this, I'm open to it, but this is basically our working definition here. And this is another thing I've talked about before. I will not go into detail on this, but this is kind of the framework for strategic planning and execution we use in Fedora. It is called a logic model, and the basic idea is that over here on the left side, the right side, we have kind of the abstract high-level things, the guiding star, and your mission, vision-y kind of things, the things you want to see happen, but that are not things you can actually directly affect. And then over on the left, it kind of scales down to the more concrete. And I like this model a lot because it really tries to make you connect what you're saying your high-level thing is into how you're actually going to do it, and also connect what you're doing back into how it does that thing. So we've been working in Fedora Council and Fedora at large on some of the themes that are kind of on the very high abstract side of things. These are kind of the focus areas there, and I'm actually not going to go into big detail on the specific ones here. A lot because we're going through this process and we kind of hit against this very rough patch, and kind of the momentum died out of the work we were doing this. I was hoping to present, like, here's our logic model for what we're going to be doing at Flock this year. We were way behind on that target, but given the state of the world, given the state of everything, I think that's okay. I think it's even more important to make sure we have the community working on this and that we're working towards this overall goal than to have some sort of perfect thing on paper. But we do want to work on it, and so this is kind of where we lost momentum here. Maybe a little time on this one here. I'll go through the actual themes. So Fedora is for everyone. We work on accessibility. That's making sure that people, no matter what accommodations they need, can use our software and participate in our project. And we want to make sure that Fedora Linux is available in more places, in more systems, and that we invest more in our local communities. We want to work on mentorship. This is, we want to both lead in how we do the distribution and what's in the distribution technically. That's basically this things here. And then kind of how we structure the project and how we are already kind of make the things that we're working on now kind of grow into better, stronger things. Kind of the one we really haven't actually talked about yet in detail is the ecosystem connections, which is kind of about how we relate to other Linux distributions and our downstreams. So given the abrupt changes in that the recent times, maybe it's okay that we didn't really get to talking about that in depth yet, and we actually kind of had some of that conversation here at Flock at one of the panels. So that's continuing. We'll have to figure out where that will go. Next down the road here, we do need to get this restarted. Like it is an important thing to have. We want to have a plan that makes sense and goes where we're going. And I think over the next 6 months, I'm going to come up with some specific dates for that. I don't really have that right now, but my target overall is to have something that we really feel good about as a community with overall input, work from the council and from community at large into having something we all feel good about that we'll present at the beginning of next year and at FOSDEM at the beginning of next year. So in order to do that, we really need all of your help. We need feedback on these things. We need people who are running for the Fedora Council and helping to work through the process. And you think about areas that the community has come up with where you would like to contribute to those or where you could be a leader. Because for each of these themes, we really want to have somebody who is the point person for that, who is kind of helping to keep that organized and making sure that that thing is moving forward. And we're going to need a lot of different people with a lot of different skills for all of that. And I also need to file a ticket with the design team to update the logo. Oh, it's already updated? I just didn't find it. Oh, that's terrible. I should have checked with you. Okay, well, this is a lovely sticker sheet, and there's a better version with the right logo on it there somewhere. So, yeah, the hope is with all of that. I think we've had this rough patch. We've had rough patches before. Things are interesting, but I think that interesting, can be good. We can use that to advance the project, and we can use that, that the times have changed to move forward to where we want to be towards, this utopian vision or the utopian picture that you have in mind when you think of, the Fedora ideals. Thank you, everyone. Do we want to do questions in the room? There's like 10 people in this room this time. There was a lot more the first time. This is kind of like a fake audience. But go, you can applaud. Yes, allows applause. Excellent, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Okay, we're getting a mic run over.
This is kind of like a stupid question, but still.
You know the saying about it. Actually are stupid questions, but I'll take even those.
Will we ever have a Fedora mascot?
A Fedora mascot. So we actually have a number of Fedora mascots that are kind of under content. I don't know what contention is the wrong word, but hold on. Let me see if I can find them. Just a second. Am I the Fedora mascot? I hope not.
Make a blue panda and we call it Panda. I was thinking of like a cat who gives like advice. Have a little like comic strip like Garfield, except with like computer problems.
We're waiting for you to find things here. Let's see. Yeah. A revamp of our beloved Fedora characters here. So these are some of the animals that have been in Fedora, and these are actually the. So there's a panda here that is you see appearing things at different places.
The panda.
And different. So these are the current cartoon versions of these. I'm not sure. I don't know. I kind of feel like classic Beefy still is the Beefy Miracle version, but you know, we got the new one's fine. We've got
Badger.
a badger. So we've got these here that are kind of the mascots. We don't have any one single mascot, and I don't know, I feel like in some ways that's kind of appropriate for Fedora, because I feel like getting everybody in Fedora to rally around one favorite animal would just be. We've got a diversity of opinions about favorite animals in Fedora, and I think that's okay. Yeah, do you want to run the mic?
Thank you. I have one, and it may be also pretty stupid one.
Seriously.
But this is something that I've been having some thoughts. By definition, a project is finite. It has a start, and it must have an end.
You should buy Ben's book, where he points out that Fedora is not actually a project, but a program.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are we planning to continue being named project?
Yeah. So I actually had a discussion on Mastodon. I'm trying to do Mastodon. It doesn't come naturally to me. But about that naming problem, because project has a meaning in open source that people understand. That it's hard to think of something that is better. If you have a suggestion, I'm open to it. I think Fedora program doesn't really sound right, even though it may be technically right in the project management sense. There's also a thing that is very Red Hat that is kind of important to how this got named project in the first place, which is Red Hat works with open source projects and makes enterprise products, and this project-product distinction inside some of the Red Hat business unit and marketing is like a foundational myth that if you try and poke at, you'll get mythological level response sometimes to what are you doing, threatening things. And in fact, at one point when we were kind of working on the Fedora Next strategy and we wanted to use kind of product thinking, or it's kind of about how to put polish on our outputs, the things you look at, like what do users want and need, and put those into the things we're giving them. We kind of wanted to talk about Fedora Workstation, Fedora Server as products. And that was the one time at Red Hat that I got a friendly talking to about, whether this was a thing Fedora should really do or should reconsider. And so we decided, we don't really need to fight over that, and backed away from product. I think that if we really would have fought, we probably could, but I don't think it would have been a useful outcome. Actually, the other one is about hats. This is another thing, because especially at the very beginning of Fedora, they were really worried at Red Hat that it would be seen as, a Red Hat endorsed product. And so they didn't want us to use hats at all in our marketing. And that actually is still a request today. And that is why, even though we are named Fedora, you don't see Fedora hats in any of the Fedora official things. Again, a polite request. That is not a Fedora hat. That is a Red Sox hat. You can wear that. That's fine. But that's why we don't do hats on our marketing. Again, a polite request from our sponsor that seemed not worth antagonizing.
To stick with the name Fedora project, there's an easy way out. The end is defined by world domination.
What is that? Sorry.
The end is defined by world domination.
By world domination, yes. We will be done when just like that paperclips game, when everything in the universe is turned into Fedora, then we'll be satisfied. Yes, that project is done. That might not meet some of the, you.
Of course.
I think there's the SMART, what's the measurable, I forget what the S stands for. That's been a long conference. Measurable, attainable, something specific, right? That's world domination, specific, the entire universe. Yeah, that's all right. But measurable is the entire universe. Fedora, yes.
we may fail on the attainable on that one though. So I mean, we can, aspirational though, we could call it that. All right, does anybody else have any questions or silly comments? I think we're at the silly comments phase of the conference.
I think I've seen blue fedoras at some events. I saw like maybe 10 years ago. I think I've seen blue fedoras over the years.
You may have seen some more fashionable than me former project leader wearing a wonderful blue fedora, but not officially in marketing, just as a fashion choice.
Oh, it just happens to be a blue fedora.
Happens.
Okay, I've seen them.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome.
Oh, there we go. All right. Soon Justin's going to be talking and saying things that have some sort of meaning. I just wanted to thank everybody for making this so awesome. Every year, Fedora conference, whether online or in person, is such an amazing, invigorating thing that helps me be recharged for the whole rest of the year, and I hope that's the same for you. I hope everybody is feeling excited and optimistic about where we're going. If you're not, come talk to me and we'll try and change that. But I'm tired but happy, which I think is a sign of a good flock. And again, thank you everybody, and Justin will be more specific.
I mean, first, let's give it up. First flock in 4 years. Thank you all. And I also want to make a call out thanks to all of our virtual folks who have also been engaging. I said it in the opening remarks, which ironically were not streamed or recorded. But this was a first attempt at this year of trying to reimagine what the flock experience can be. So although we were careful not to call it a hybrid event, we were putting our toes in the water and trying to make it more accessible for people who weren't able to make it here or unable to travel for whatever reason. So I'm really glad that in addition to bringing all of these folks back together in person, we're making small steps to still make sure we're including folks who could not be here in the room, because Flock really is an important part of our community space, and the Nest events, I think, really showcased that the virtual spaces are really important for Fedora, and that those are also continue to be first-class experiences for our events as much as Flock is. But we're going to do the traditional kind of closeout here. I know some of you might have gotten the tip that if you've been to a Flock before, in the before times, usually what we do, usually it's on the 4th day, and we have a morning. We were 1 day or half day shorter this year. Is at the end session, we have an opportunity for all of our speakers, but we can also do anyone else that wants to share a Flock story or experience, because we've got a whole hour block up here. But I'm going to ask for any speakers or attendees or workshop organizers to share 3 things: a low light, a highlight, and something that you're taking away from Flock this year, whether that's something you want to continue doing or something you learned. Can we have our speakers and workshop organizers, can you raise your hands? Perfect. So there's a lot of you that are here, and also just want to thank you for coming to Flock and sharing your content here. I know it was maybe a little last minute at times, but I think it all worked out, and we had a really great arrangement of speakers and sessions. So I want to thank all of you for your contributions here this year. But we'll go ahead. We have Robert and Jen here. So low light, highlight, it's something that was maybe challenging or difficult. Highlight is something that went really well or made a positive impression. And then one change or something that you're leaving Flock with. So we'll go Amita, and then we'll go back over there.
First of all, I'm very grateful to be back here again at the Flock in person. The low for me is not able to see the familiar faces anymore, including Marina and few others like Ben, Marie. So that was a little low for me because I worked with them a lot for many, many years. The highlight of the Flock was the keynotes. I'm again putting this in because it made me realize that community is still the community. It is still the same. It has not changed. Even after so many changes happened around us, it is still the same. It's open, it's transparent, it's inclusive. So that's the biggest highlight for me. The takeaway for me is that there are many new people in here, the fresh and young people, and they are trying to make their way in Fedora, and they are facing, it is amazing to see and realize that they are facing the similar challenges which I may have faced during my time. So my biggest takeaway is to help them navigate those challenges, not the hard way, which I might have faced, but by sharing my learnings and experiences and motivating others, the experienced people, to share their learnings with these newcomers, so they don't have to learn it the hard way. So these are my things.
Should we make people come up here so they're on the stream?
Yeah, I think that would be good for our virtual folks.
Wave at people?
We want to actually trying to figure out this format a little bit as we go, but maybe yeah, let's do that because trying to make sure.
Do you want Amita to come up then, just to say hello?
Yeah, come on up. So we can just have actually the folks who want to come up, queue up on this side of the stage. And
you don't need to repeat because I think it was on the mic, but you.
It was on the mic.
Like this is.
I can keep it anonymous as well.
Come up on the stage. Say hi.
And actually, as people are moving up here, that made me think, I actually wanted to do this on the first day, but by a show of hands, how many people's, this was their first flock that they've ever been to? We'll do both. So if this was your first flock in person, that's almost, I think, almost half or over half of the room, that's really exciting. Keep your hand up, or raise your hand if this was your second flock. A larger other portion, or still a large portion. Third flock? We're not counting virtually. Fourth? Fifth? Sixth?
I think there were seven flocks and 3 nests. I think that's the count we're going for.
And now raise your hand if you've been to 1 Fedora nest. That's almost everyone. 2 nests? 3? A good chunk of the room. So it's really refreshing to me to also see all the new folks that have been here and to see that in addition to, we have a lot of...
Sorry to interrupt you. I was the person who was speaking before this statistics and metrics has been taken. So hello, everybody.
Cool. We will... So also give your name and where you traveled from with your...
So Isaac, I'm from Cork, but I'm traveling from Boston, USA. I'm part of the RISC-V International Foundation group, part of the Linux Foundation. And for me, the highlight was, the low light, I'll be honest, was I ate too much. That was a low light. The highlight was I was surprised that I got to be able to meet other distributions as well. So Rocky, Alma, Linux, and in addition to just Fedora, which was cool. And the takeaway was there's lots of RISC-V follow-up and opportunity and coordination and triangulation I'll be doing with the people that I've met here this week. So thank you, Justin, for the invitation, for accepting my proposal, and I'm really happy and glad I was able to be part of this.
It would have been rude not to have you here. We're in your hometown. Name and where you came from, and then low light, highlight, 1 takeaway.
Okay, David Cantrell. I'm from Boston, USA as well. So I'm not going to do them in that order because I already forgot. I had one highlight, but I want to add in 2 one short. So I really liked that we had the enterprise Linux communities represented here as well at Flock. That to me was a strong highlight because effectively we are one large community and we all, collaborate together. So it's nice to have that, in one place. And I think we should continue that effort. The other short one is I'm a huge fan of the 30-minute session. Like that made managing the days so much better. So I think we should really stick with that. Low light, I already told you, don't put Windows laptops in for presenters, and don't make me use PowerPoint. And then the takeaway, I think one of the best things at any conference always is what we call the hallway track, the networking, the socialization. I thought that was fantastic here, especially after how much time it's been since the last Flock. I had a lot of really good conversations with people on how to improve communication and collaboration within the projects that I'm involved with, and got just a lot of good feedback. In fact, you might call it a lot of good discourse that I had. So, no, come on. But no, seriously, I really appreciate the feedback that I got from everyone, and it was, I after one of these, I get recharged and I go back, and there's just so much work to get going on and leading up to the next one. So thank you.
Hello, I'm going to start with low life.
Don't forget, name and where you came from.
Name and where I came from. Troy Dawson from Spokane, Washington, USA. Low life, which really wasn't that low. It's all been high. Nobody showed up for my KDE show. I know there was a couple of you there. But that was my favorite talk, and nobody showed up. But it wasn't that bad. Everybody showed up for my alternative images talk, which I was baffled by and surprised. And I appreciated that this year for the state of Fedora, or state of Apple, sorry, Matt, I actually tracked down all the distributions that used Apple, and I was surprised at how many people was like, yeah, I use that that's me, that one, and that's... So I was excited that people appreciated that. That is only happening once, because now that if people expect it, there's going to be some weird names in there all of a sudden. And the final thing that I was excited for, thank you all for your positive feedbacks on my shirts. I appreciate that. So.
If you put a weird name in there, in order to minimize tracking of things, actually filter out the outliers, so you will not be counted in my official overall stats. So keep that in mind. The amount you would like to be, counted as, towards the overall growth of everything versus the amount you want to appear in a funny name in a talk. Both of them have their advantages. Just keep that in mind.
Name's Akash Deepthar. I came from Pune, India. If my voice sounds familiar, thank you so much for attending the Websites and Apps talk, as well as the State of the Community Infrastructure one as well. So talking about the low light, I do think we could have done a better job at, the remote, being a hybrid event. The folks are joining us remotely. I guess it's a one-sided event for you folks. Well, there's always a scope for improvement, so let's hope that we can have a better hybrid event for next time onwards. For the highlight, I was able to know that a bunch of fast usernames are actual human beings. They're not some AI writing code, making design, and then trying to kidnap me. No, you're actual human beings, very lovely human beings, might I add. It was a very lovely meeting you folks, and it's my first time in Flock over here. And what's my takeaway? A bunch of action items, like David said, hallway track, you meet a bunch of folks, you understand there's a bunch of things that you could do to make things better. So I guess that's what I'll do. I've made a bunch of friends. I think Robert as well. We have the statistics thing that we need to take care of now. So a bunch of collaborative opportunities. That's about it. Thanks.
And short person. I'm Amy Marish. I came from Texas. I'm going to start with the low point too. There were some talks that I had to miss because I went to other talks. But that always happens. At least any speakers weren't actually scheduled on top of each other, which has happened to me before. So high point was really meeting everyone, and I've been more CentOS than Fedora, and I was really happy to see our communities come together for this, because we are side by side. And having the enterprise Linux folks here from Alma and Rocky also helped us to bring those communities together. So that was a really big thing. Loved Cork.
Hey!
Loved the weather. It's 100 and something at my house right now, so sorry, not sorry.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay.
Name, where you came from, low light, highlight, takeaway.
I am Ivan from Chihuahua, Mexico. LATAM, please, LATAM. My low is jet lag. I'm still jet lagged. And if I tend to mumble, it's because of that. My high is seeing a lot of nerds that love Fedora. You are lovely guys in person and in IRC and everywhere. And my takeaway is watching these guys doing multimedia packages migration from RPM Fusion to Fedora, and I'm very hyped and motivated to help you guys, so I'm gonna start doing that when I wake up. Thanks. Thanks guys for putting out this event.
Come on down. Name, where you came from, low light, highlight, Shane, take it.
My name is Sandro, in the community known as Penguin P. I traveled from the Netherlands. I live in The Hague. The low was last night's activity for personal reasons. I won't get into that. The highlight was that we are able within the community to have heated discussions that set off fire alarms without burning down the building. My takeaway is that we have great variety in the community, and one thing to add is for the conference, even though we don't call it a hybrid event yet, it should get one and it should stay. It makes it more accessible for everyone.
Yes. Come on down. Name, where you came from. Okay.
So hey, I'm Nikita, and I traveled from Delhi, India to here, and I'll tell you about my lowlights, highlights, and learnings. So there was no lowlight for me really, but I guess it was sort of a cultural shock to have the vegan food over here. There's a less variety over here maybe, so yeah, that was a slight lowlight for me. The highlights were many, I would say. So this was my first trip out of India. For the first time that I got this opportunity to come out because of Fedora. And I got to map faces to the handle names I used to see in the chat on the Matrix channel. So, and I never expected such events to be this fun. So I had an expectation that I'll be sitting there and I'll be taking notes. It will be very technical, but the fun parts and the way the sessions were interactive, they were beyond my expectations. So it was a very, very fun event for me. And the takeaways, so through the sessions, I learned more about Red Hat. So whenever I work for some organization, I try to search them up, try to read about them, try to learn about them. But more than the online reading and researching, I learned more about it through these sessions. And yeah, I felt very much included over here. The community is very, very nice. I didn't feel excluded. I felt appreciated, and I felt motivated to contribute even more, because I've heard people who start contributions to open source through programs like GSOC and Outreachy, and they discontinue the contributions thinking that they are not paid anymore for the contribution, so why should they contribute? But I feel that contributions give us a platform to learn more about the working of the organization, and they also give us a plane to develop our skills. So that was a takeaway from me.
And you know, that's one of my favorite Flock things for the first Flocks is just putting the fast IDs to faces. That's like, I feel like one of the most important first things at Flock.
Is Mr. Maureen Duffy, agus is as Boston May. So, yes, my low light is that I had this plan that I was going to do that at my talk, and I forgot because I had some laptop issues the first day, and my talk was the first day, so instead of getting to fully engage that morning, I was desperately trying to pick up the broken pieces of my demo, which was not as cool as it could have been, but at least I had something that worked. I'm glad you liked it. Yay, thanks. Gur Mahagat. The highlight would be getting to meet Jess and Emma and Paul, who are members of the community design team and the Fedora design team that I have been working with for quite some time and never met in 3D. So, and we actually have a really cool group photo that we took. I tweeted it out on the conference hashtag, and we're holding out all of the mascots, and Jess has Kalur, who's the flock mascot, up on the screen there, and she's holding him. So, and what was the other thing? A learning or?
Takeaway.
A takeaway. I don't know. You all are just a great group of people, and I really missed you, so I'm glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Justin Forbes. I'm from Texas. Came over here from there. Low light would probably be the number of people who are frequently at Flock who could not attend for various reasons. There's a lot of missing faces that I would have liked to see. But that didn't stop it from being a fantastic conference. And the highlights, the hallway talk was great. There's a whole lot of work I've got to do. We've got to do a lot of things to improve the manageability of the kernel and a few other things. I learned something about discourse that I didn't know before, so that was kind of cool. And yeah, it was pretty good. Other takeaway is apparently I need to update my profile picture because I used to have long hair and no beard, and I've introduced myself to several people who I've known for years.
Hello, I'm Isabella Whelan. I'm from Dublin. It was a hard time to get up here. So that's my first, low light was actually getting up here. If you've ever seen someone sleeping outside, that was me. I've missed so many talks because of that. But my highlight was getting to see all you amazing people and learning a lot. So what I take away from this is there's a free version of Red Hat. And also, I may have accidentally gotten him into trouble for recommending me boards. Thanks for that.
Name, where you came from, low light, highlight, takeaway.
I forgot, I don't know why. My name's Robert Wright. I'm from Portland, Oregon in the US. Low light was Team Fedora Bulls didn't win. Sorry. Yeah. At a highlight, I really was surprised by the amount of community that was really focused on community. A lot of what we do is technical. A lot of it is, open source development means writing code, but there's so many people who are really interested in community matters, right? What we do to be able to grow the distribution and, focus on the people aspect. There's so many people here who really, really care, and you can see even the focus online, and it's amazing. A takeaway for me is probably making sure we continue the momentum. Right? How do we take this back and, when we're not here, bringing this into our spaces and in our community, through either discussion or matrix or other areas to ensure our community continues to grow. So, yeah.
And it's not too late if you still want to sneak up here. Now is the time.
Hey, my name is Adam. I'm originally from Czech Republic, but I came from the Netherlands when I live. Low light, not everyone could make it. Unfortunately, I missed some faces. Highlights, we've had many nice conversations, and the difference between online conversations and in-person, they're just on an entire different level, and there's more space to focus on the community and maybe the way we talk normally and improving things in that way. It's not just the technology, so that was nice. What was a highlight? It was just a great time, and I think that's it. Thank you.
I'm going to do it too. It sounds so fun.
Please.
So the discourse was not the low light for me. That was great. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to the thing I wanted to do there, but the thing we did was important. No, I think the low light probably the not being able to be in enough rooms at once, although also not having as many people here as I would like to get here. That was also that, but yeah. Highlight was just all the amazing things people have said as their highlights here. It's so nice to hear them and to hear, yeah, how, I don't know, it's amazing how much this can mean to so many people, and I love you all. And you know, that even includes the panel, which I was very stressed out about with the different distributions, and it was just so nice to hear, like, Fedora is the best from everybody. So, you know, that's... Thank you, all the downstreams. We're trying our best. And I guess the takeaway is test the AV stream before the keynote so that you do not have to do your keynote twice. That's it.
I guess I should also, so I'm Justin. I'm originally from Atlanta in Georgia in the US. My lowlight was, in previous flocks, there were a lot of, with the DEI team, we had made a lot of changes to the format of flock towards greater accessibility, and we had things like colored lanyards for people who didn't want to have a photograph taken, or the communication preference stickers. You know, there's always things that could be better, but I was disappointed. There were things that I remembered from past flocks I wish I could have covered a little bit more on that front, because I think there were really great things that we did before, and I hope that next time we can continue to bring some of those things back. My highlight was this. You know, I think for me it was a lot of, you know, it was such a weird thing. This is my 6th flock. I started in 2015, and I was just, you know, attendee, speaker sometimes. But then after 4 years, and then trying to bring, suddenly I'm in these shoes trying to do all of this, and it was like I felt so much pressure, because I was like, I know what flock is supposed to be like. I know what people are going to be expecting, or what I felt like the event is. All these things, the highlights that people were talking about, the community feeling, the friends part of our 4 foundations. And I was really anxious because it had been so long, and that's what's always kept me in Fedora, is that community feeling, and I just really wanted to make sure that we still had that, and I feel like we did. And there was a lot of stress and challenges, and it was I'd never done, you know, I kept trying to remind myself, it's like, right, I studied networking and systems administration, not event organization and management, but I was really happy with all of it, how it came out. The great, amazing team that we had helping drive the organization would not have been possible. Jen, Natalie, Amy, Sean, Matthew. So.
Justin, yeah.
And so my takeaway will be, you know, I think what's great about Flock is that it can really help you focus, you know, when you have conversations on what are the important things. You know, it's easy to walk away with a lot of action items, but it's also helpful to realize, like, what are people, like, what's the pulse on things? What do people care about? Or what are people caring about right now? And it helped me, I think, kind of think more about how I want to prioritize that flywheel energy with my time that I do in Fedora. So that was really helpful to help illuminate some things for me. Well, I think with that, we can go ahead. It wouldn't be the closing if we didn't have the thank yous. We have some special acknowledgments and thanks that we want to do. First, I just want to give a huge shout out to the Fedora design team for all of their work they put together, for all of these amazing badges, the t-shirts, the swag, the room signs, the color logos on all the website. We got a new logo for Flock this year. Emma Kidney helped create that one. So specifically, I want to call out, well, people who, some of them have already left, but Emma Kidney, who was here on Wednesday and Thursday, Mo, you raise your hands when I say your names. We have Mo, we have Jess Chitas, is Paul Power still here? Paul has left. We have Madeline Peck, who was not able to travel here, and Marie Norden as well with the badges, all of the acclaimed badges, which, by the way, we have a special limited edition badge for you to get in tonight's social, so don't forget about the Ghost Tour badge.
Is there an online participation badge as well?
I think this will be the first time that we also make the Flock attendee badge available to some of our virtual folks as well. So there will be badges to be had whether you were here in person or you were tuned in on the live stream. Also, is Anushka, can she raise her hand, designed our logo on the front of came up with the concept and designed the concept for the Fedora logo on the front of the t-shirts. The Fedora is for everyone, Fedora can be everyone. That was her concept. I also want to thank, of course, our sponsors. We had Red Hat and Rocky Linux at the platinum level, CentOS at gold, Alma Linux, OpenSUSE, Meta, and Lenovo, who were at the silver tier. And I think there was a common theme. There was definitely some anxiety coming into Flock, but I was telling people yesterday, last night, and this morning is that I'm really glad that we did this and that we had these connections that happened here. And honestly, our sponsors made so much of what Flock is also the travel sponsorship, bringing people from the 5 continents that we had in the room I think that's a huge part. Even with some of the accessibility and inclusion challenges that were there, I'm still amazed by how diverse our community is and how all these different journeys of where people came from. And our sponsors are a big part of that because that's where we really invest. Most of our spending on the conference is helping people get here so that they can have their voice be in the room. So I just want to give a huge thanks to all of our sponsors for the travel support, but helping do all the other logistics to help pull this event together. So I really want to give it up for our sponsors. I've got a list. A huge shout out for the Fedora marketing team and Joseph Gayoso, who could not be here because he is currently with taking care of a newborn child with his wife.
When we say the marketing team, thank you, Joseph, it's Joseph, the marketing team. So this is an area where really could use he is doing an awesome job, but we could use some more support because that awesome job needs to be backed up with a bunch of other awesome people who can help so that he doesn't, get burned out on this, and that we can continue to have the amazing social media presence and all the things he's been doing. So just a little call for help. Sorry, I had to insert that in there.
And I want to call out too because he did some really all the social media posts. If you were watching LinkedIn, Twitter X, Mastodon, all those content, things that he came up with. For the sponsor thank yous, he actually did digging and was looking at how are all these distros and companies actually engaging in Fedora, and he came up with all these very thoughtful posts and pointing to work that people are doing upstream, and that was a huge thing that he did, and I wanted to acknowledge that first. I did thank our events team, but I'm going to thank them again because they were so amazing and fantastic, especially with all the crazy last-minute logistics of the last 3 weeks and everything else that's been going on, and still trying to balance Flock on top of that. So I want to give a huge thank you to Jen, Natalie, Amy, Sean, and Matthew for bringing this together.
Again, I do not get much credit, but also Jen and Natalie particularly should get some credit for never once saying, "Look, you amateurs," during all of this, putting this together. So,
We're very patient.
they're very patient, yeah.
In addition, I also want to give a thank you to all of our volunteers. So we had volunteers throughout the conference who are running our registration desk, we're operating our cameras, and we're moderating rooms, helping run microphones all over this way and that way. So a huge thank you to all of our volunteers for helping manage all of our rooms and the registration. Another huge thanks, one of the things that I learned with Flock is, even though we if you remember from the long ago times, we used to have those community bid processes where there were local folks who did the whole bid, like, hey, we're going to come to Rochester or Poland, and the community organized that whole process, and which was a lot of things for someone who's volunteering to do. So we've kind of moved away from that a little bit, having it be all on the volunteers to figure stuff out, right? But one of the things that I think is still so important is having a local community where we go for Flock. So I want to give a huge shout out to all of our local Irish friends who helped make it super easy to come here, and we're running things from Waterford, printing out the room signs and laminating things at the last minute, going out and buying door prizes and helping us find restaurants that could take these crazy group of people who are all here. So a huge thanks, especially I want to call out Aoife Maloney, who unfortunately was not able to stay till the very end, Emma Kidney as well, who helped with a lot of the design, and there's one more person.
There's some.
OS Link, Fionn, F-I-O, Fionn, who is also a huge help with a lot. He was from here in Cork and has also helped with a lot of the on-the-ground logistics. So huge thanks to our Irish friends for helping host us this week. And also one more time, can all of our speakers and presenters raise their hands in the air? A huge thank you for all of you for bringing your content to Flock. Thank you for putting together all the last-minute slides, cramming in workshop prep, and doing all of bringing your content here. Thank you for continuing to engage with the Flock CFP and bringing your work here. So a huge thank you to our speakers as well. And then finally, an acknowledgement I just want to give to, and I think it was Justin, the other Justin, who mentioned, a lot of faces that weren't here this year. This is definitely the smallest Flock that we've done in a while. I think that was to be expected because that's also kind of what across the board it looks like with the in-person events. But it's definitely different. There were also faces that I was definitely missing this week. People who, when I think of Flock, are also faces that come to mind for me. So I want to acknowledge both that even though this was our first time bringing people together, having those hallway track and getting to engage in that way, we're definitely missing some people who could not be here. And I just wanted to acknowledge them, and I hope that we can bring them back into the Flock in a future year.
Also, we need to thank Justin, who really put a lot into this and made this be in another amazing Flock event. So thank you very much, Justin.
And so I think that covers everything, but there's one more thing that I want to share. So if you might remember, we were going to do a Detroit Flock in 2020, and something happened that year. So we didn't take it that year. And then we were like, okay, we were working at the hotel. We're like, all right, we're going to come back next year. This is all going to be figured out in 2021. We'll come back to Detroit. So, they held the bid for us. And 2021 comes, and it's like, ooh, back to the nest, which was great. Thank you, Marie. And we tried again for this year. We looked back at Detroit a third time. And then we realized that the US visa thing was really hard. That, people in... Fourth time. Oh, I missed.
2022 exists as well.
Oh, all right.
That's COVID time for you.
All right, we tried again. I didn't realize there was a third.
Yeah, three nests.
Something about Detroit, huh? Well, we were looking again this year, and the challenge here we were going to go with Detroit. We're going to be doing this in the U.S., but the challenge at that time was that U.S. visas were this really long wait. People in Mexico and Brazil had like a 2-year wait just to get an appointment. People in India had 3 years just to get that first appointment for the visa. So we went with Ireland, which was, I think, a great choice because we had all of our great, lovely folks who were here our local friends. But with that in mind, it's been 7 years since we've been back to North America. Some of you might remember the Massachusetts Cape Cod Flock of long ago. Yes.
There's no cheers because of the black mold. That's just...
That said, it's been a while since we've been back on that other side of the ocean. And while I do want us to continue thinking as a community how we can continue to support our friends in LATAM and APAC and places where we don't have that central event bringing people together, I want to still think around how we can include those folks and make sure that we're not just limiting ourselves to 2 places. That said, it's time to come back to North America. So I'm happy to announce next year we will be back in North America for 2024. Dates and location coming soon, but for now, we will be back in North America 2024 with Flock. And with that, I think we're at the end of, where did the 3 days go? I thought I just got here, was a little jet lagged, misplaced my passport, got stuck in the emergency room a couple days before Flock, but it worked out. And I think from here, I just want to again thank you all for being here, being a part of the experience. all the new faces that could be a part of the event in the community. You'll probably be tired of me saying thank you all the time.
You start playing the music.
But more logistics before we all break out from here. We have some evening socials with a badge, a limited edition badge for you to claim. We will be doing the ghost tour tonight. So the plan, ghost tour. So at 5:30, we will have shuttles coming just like last night, shuttles that will be coming from the front of the hotel that will take us down into Cork City. Some of you are doing the group at 6, so I believe we will be meeting the guide there when we get there if you're in that first group. Some of you are doing the 8:15 tour, so if you're in that late group, go and have dinner, have a night out on the town. And the buses coming back from the city to this hotel will be at 10 p.m. So we could probably end a little bit early, get some time to refresh and recharge, and I hope to see you all for the evening social tonight in Cork. Thank you all for an amazing flock, and we have a last... Yes. Question was, if you're taking, you want to come into town but not do the ghost tour, you're welcome on the shuttle.
Yeah,
Come.
it's meant so that people can see the city. Some people just want a structured activity to walk around the city. But yeah, everyone's welcome to use the bus. It's for you.
All right, everyone. Thank you for an amazing 3 days, and I hope to see you both online in our next release party in November, October, and hopefully the next flock. Thank you all.